Hey, you guys, welcome back to Naughty Love Movement. It's your girl, Nikki, and today I'm bringing opportunities for advertisement on my channel. If anyone is interested, they can email us at naughtylove2020@gmail.com. Our prices are affordable and reasonable, and please reach out to us. We can start our videos with any commercials that you would like us to advertise. I look forward to hearing from you. I'm out. One.
Real niggas came from Mars, y'all came from Venus. I'm feeling way too hot-headed, I gotta feel. I came from heaven and made it through hell, now I got ether. Should've believed them, damn, you should've believed them. She took a dab of that, till she had cataracts.
Hey, you guys, welcome back to Naughty Love Movement. It's your girl, Nikki, bringing you the latest and trending topics, and I vlog my life. And Happy New Year to my Naughty crew. Welcome to 2023. We're going to start off the year strong, but before we get into it, Naughty crew, y'all know y'all know what I need y'all to do. I need y'all to hit that like, subscribe, and that bell button so you can be notified when I update content to my channel. And shout out to all my new subs. I appreciate all the support. Please keep it going. Now we're on our way to 5K subs. Okay, so I'm gonna need your help to get there. And I really, really, really appreciate all of y'all for helping me grow my platform. Hey, right here. Happy New Year, boo. I hope you have fun. I can't wait to hear all about your evening because I was just in the house turning up, okay? If you want to see the evidence, go over to Perry's channel. All right. Let's just say I had a good time and I was just celebrating my little successes and things like that, and just letting go and living my life and laughing and having fun. And I'm just like so excited about 2023. I just, sky's the limit from here, you guys. So we're going to get into some trending topics today. It is a lot going on in Hollywood, and Naughty Crew, you guys have me for the next whatever. We just going to run it up this morning or whatever. I'm off of work today. Thank you. This is my honorary New Year's Day, being that it fell on the weekend. So I just want to give some time to my Naughty Crew. All right. So let's get into it. I love to scroll on the gram. I have a subject I want to get into, and I'm still just kind of nervous about like introducing that to my platform. There we go. We'll see. I'm thinking about it. And it has to do with Jaguar Wright. There's some beef going on in these streets, and I just think it's quite unfortunate. And anytime I see these little beefs, it just kind of rocks my spirits. It's just like, can we all just get along, please, people? Can we all just get along? But Jag is a very outspoken person. She has been that way. So, what are you going to do? All right, up first, we gotta pay homage and send our condolences to the family of Memphis rapper Gangsta Boo. She was formerly with 3 6 Mafia. It was reported that she has sadly passed away at the age of 43. You know, people are speculating that it was an overdose, and things like that. So we're still waiting for the autopsy to come through. But it's dangerous out here in this world, and people are going through it enough mentally, and then you add the addiction on top of it and what they're putting in the drugs nowadays, that fenty, okay, it's taking you out. So you're really playing Russian roulette with your life when you go out here and use drugs on the streets. All right. But stars are definitely speaking out. Of course, Bootsy, he's always got something to say. Okay, let's get into it right here. Shout out to Hollywood Unlocked.
Too many people dying in 2022 fucking with fentanyl. If you're gonna be an addict, you might need to go back to crack. Crackheads live longer than anybody. You still see them around. That fentanyl shit is way stronger. If you can't shake it, go back to crack. You're gonna be funnier. You're gonna live longer. Food for thought. Too many people dying in 2022 fucking with fentanyl.
He definitely has a point. We lost so many people to ODing in 2022, and it has to do with the Fenty crisis going around. It's sad because people are using their lives way too soon. She was only 43. She was just getting seasoned, okay? Like, you have to be careful. It's dangerous. Mental health is on an all-time rise. You have to be careful how you interact with people because you never know the place people are in. And I have a perfect example of that. We're going to get into it in a little while. But I wanted to give my condolences to Gangsta Boo's family. This is just a sad, sad loss. And I just feel like 2022 was just the year of loss. And I hope 2023 can be better. Drop down into my comments, Naughty Crew. Let me know what you think about the passing of Gangsta Boo. And I just want to give a shout out to all the queens who lost their kings. Shout out to Black Culture Feed for capturing this footage. It's just sad. We lost so many kings just in the last couple of years. Y'all see who it is. Rest in heaven, kings. So much loss. All right. So up next, shout out to the Shade Room. Let's get into Don Lemon. Okay. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to play the sound. Sorry, YouTube. Forgive me. We'll cut it out later. But Don Lemon is trending because he missed a complete countdown. And people are out in these streets saying the show was boring up until that point. Okay. And that was the highlight of the night. And Don Lemon was just living his best life, chilling, enjoying the vibe. So I don't think, I actually kind of missed the countdown too, you guys. Like, I don't think I really cared. I'm just happy to see another year. Period. Thank you, God, for blessing me with another year. So I don't think it's not a horrible thing that he missed the countdown. The show was boring anyway. So it looks like he was holding two microphones on the CNN New Orleans confused New Year's Eve special minutes after they missed countdown to midnight because they were playing Back That Up. Y'all heard it, okay? And then plus I believe Don Lemon is originally from New Orleans. So that's probably why he was turned up so much because he was home. They saying he couldn't hear the producers. Respectability politics this year. They're saying they can't believe CNN Cause he's out. He's having a good time. Like it's New Year's. I was turned up this New Year. This person says the most Don Lemon thing ever is to miss the entire countdown in order to pay back that. Don Lemon is so funny. Dude had one job to oversee the countdown. Why did he miss the entire countdown? Because he was into back that ass up. Okay, that's why he missed it. People, he was in his zone. Drop down into my comments. Let me know what y'all think about Don Lemon missing the countdown. I thought it was hilarious. Okay. Stop hating on my man. He was having a good time. He gives us good commentary all year around. Okay. He brings awareness to different issues and things like that. So let's cut my man a break. All right, shout out to the Jasmine brand. Okay.
No, in Baltimore and across this country right now, after the pandemic, people are dying over dumb shit. And that's the reality. And we have to understand how we're going to hold those people accountable. We know in Baltimore and across this country right now, after the pandemic, people are dying over dumb shit. And that's the reality. And we have to understand how we're going to hold those people accountable. We know in Baltimore and across this country right now, after the pandemic, people are dying over dumb shit.
And this is facts. And that's why I want to bring awareness to my naughty crew. It is dangerous out here. People are not well. They're not getting help for their mental illnesses. They're using substances on the street to try to heal their pain. So you just never know what state of mind a person is, and you have to be very aware of your surroundings and when you play where you place yourself. So this Baltimore mayor is addressing a child sadly being papal. All right. So a 7-year-old boy sadly being unalived after being papaled in the head in West Baltimore. Crime is at an all-time high, you guys. It is dangerous. This is probably one of the most dangerous times that we are facing right now. And we all need to have open conversations and we need to have discussions about it. Hollywood is rearing its ugly head, okay? A whole lot of secrets are coming out. Chris Tucker posted this. I thought this was a classic moment of comedians coming together. Just wish it was some women in there. You know what I'm saying? I know it's male dominated and all. But let me know what y'all think about all the crime and the mental unwellness that we're surrounded by. This is the result of the pandemic. This is a direct result. It's sad. Looks like Holly Berry has found love. Okay, she posted this. She said, with bad hair and hoodie, we wish you all a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. So good for Holly, okay? I just wanted to put this up so y'all all know she's officially off the market, and I'm loving her silver, okay? I'm loving it. She looks happy. She looks really, really happy. So up next, a trending story that's going around. Shout out to Hollywood Unlock. A millionaire New York pharmacist convicted of unaliving her son has been found unalive in her Brooklyn home. Cops suspect. Excuse me. Oh, they suspect possible S word, you guys. So Gigi Jordan, the millionaire pharmacist who was convicted of Unaliving her 8-year-old autistic son in a Manhattan hotel room has been found alive. According to reports, Gigi's body was discovered at her Brooklyn home on Friday morning, just one day after her bail had been revoked by Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, meaning she was expected to go back to prison. So Gigi was convicted of manslaughter back in November 2014 and sentenced to 18 years in prison after admitting to giving her son, Jude Michael Mira, a lethal dose of medication in 2010. She claimed she became fearful that her ex husband was going to unalive her and potentially be granted custody of the boy, who Gigi believed would become exposed to SA. So her cause of death has not been revealed. One sec. My allergies, I think, is just spiking up. So I apologize. So basically, they believe this is a possible suicide, but she probably did. I don't know, guys, because it looks like she appeared on Dr. Phil's show. Gigi was released from prison to home confinement in 2020 after she was granted a new trial due to her Sixth Amendment right being violated during her initial trial when Manhattan Supreme Court Justice Charles Solomon acceded to a prosecutor's request to close the courtroom for 15 minutes. Okay, so it looks like she appeared on Dr. Phil's show. I wanted to present this story to see what you guys think. But this is what money buys, a good legal defense, okay? And that's why she was able to be free for so long. The privilege of it all. I mean, but there's action she could have took to protect her and her son without unaliving him, like at the end of the day. And I think it was a coward move. Like, if you really had the best intentions for your son, do the time. Do the time. But I guess she decided to take matters into her own hands and control her own destiny. Let me know what you think, Naughty Crew. Exactly. This person says convicted and at home don't go together. Like, why was she able to be home off of an unaliving situation? Like, that's what I'm saying. If you have enough money, you can manipulate the court system. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. So, okay, let's get into some of the New Year Eve shenanigans. Okay, let's start off with positive energy before we get into the mess. Naughty Crew. So, January 2nd, 2023, day 2 of 365 days. I'm praying for anyone who needs a miracle this year. Only God can do the impossible. He can make a way when there seems to be no way. Today, I pray that God will strengthen you and give you peace as you get ready to walk into the greatest season of your life. Amen, Naughty Crew. Okay, food for thought. Love to start everything off with positive vibes before we jump into the mess. We got to protect our energy, okay? All right, so let's jump in. Diddy had a star-studded New Year's event. You know, he flew out his number one boo, his bestie, Carisha Please, Young Miami. He had everybody outside for New Year's. So Young Miami is his new beard. And, you know, if she like it, we love it. Okay, Naughty Crew? And that's the family. That's the new baby love. She's so precious. She's so cute. Okay, that's Diddy's whole clan. Wishing you nothing but prosperity and abundance this year. Okay, he's spreading the love. It looks like little baby flew out on a yacht. Okay, we all know about Diddy's parties. Young Miami, another 365 days around the world with you. Happy New Year's. Okay. Quavo came out, Meek Mills, he flew back in from Africa, okay? Dope. French Montana.
What's up, my brother Fab? He just
Fabulous, okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the good old boys club. Okay, looks like they had a great, great time. And I believe Lala Anthony was there too. Hold on. Yeah, Lala was there. Mary was there. You know, the original Diddy family, so to speak, okay? I hate my mouse. It's just like in the way. But yeah, Lala was there. Hold on. Who is this? Diddy's mom. Have a good day, babe. Call you soon. The girls. I don't know. Sometimes stuff looks staged to me. I look at things in a different light. Carisha, she looks gorgeous. She's a gorgeous girl. Can't deny that. Mm, mm, mm. If I find it later, I'll pull it up. This is Charlie and Tammy turning up for the new year. Glad to see she's happy. She's been going through a lot with Walker. Okay. Can't seem to stay faithful. He can't seem to stay faithful. All right, we'll stumble across the one with Lala. I know we're gonna just keep moving on, but it looks like everybody had a great time. All right, on the yacht. I think they were sailing through St. Bart's or something like that. Okay, so great, 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 great. All right, we got Keisha Knight Pulliam, who is she's with child, sending out Happy Kwanzaa. Cute family. Adorable. She looks just like she did when she was on the Huxtable. So dope. Sending them well wishes. But people are losing the ever loving minds out here in these streets, y'all. Okay. Meantime, the shade room, they are so shady. Look, Diddy's ladies friends facing off in the same look. I'm trying to figure out, I don't like these are his two boos, his two conquests. I don't think I really like this dress, guys. I, I I'm just trying to get with the whole. I just don't. I don't know. I don't get it. Let me know. Do y'all like this look, or who wore it better? Okay. I don't like the look. Let me know what y'all think about Diddy Stars Studded New Year's. Okay. Some throwback moments that are memorable for 2022. How could we forget Ray J? Okay, on the versus battle. Okay, this was classic. This was classic. Ray J is a clown. Okay, he is a clown. It looks like he's trying to get into his manhood, though. Looks like he's trying to get into his manhood. So Russell Wilson is speaking out. Okay, his teammates had to stand up to him about things going on social media. So emotional Russell Wilson addresses the backlash he's been receiving on social media and commends his football counterparts for coming to his defense. So KJ Harmer posted 3 goals above and beyond to do whatever it takes to win for the team. Y'all not about to bash him and act like he still ain't that same Russ who won a Super Bowl. Oh shoot, it's clicked off. Let me go back. They said I ain't going to keep looking at those false statements about my boy. Like the teammates basically came to his rescue. So let's listen to what he has to say.
It meant the world to me. It meant the world to me because I give my all every day. I don't know anything less. And so I'm grateful for these guys because, you know, they worked their butts off. And for them to have my back, Jerry, he means the world to me, how much he's worked at his craft every day. You know, Kendall, KJ, Tim Patrick, Cortland, other guys, you know, and, you know, all I want to do is help this team win and us find a way to do it. And I know we're going to overcome all those obstacles. It meant the world to me. It meant the world to me because I give my all every day. I don't know anything less. And so I'm grateful.
You know, I think it's dope that his teammates had his back or whatever. That's what teamwork is about. Like sometimes you got to support people when they're in the darkest time. And I appreciate him acknowledging that. I mean, Russell Wilson is just really a genuine dude. Nobody's perfect. All right. We all have our flaws. But let's jump into what some of these comments are saying. So looking for AJ said, whatever happened, he's right and y'all wrong. Always Tara says, oh, how could y'all hate this man? He's a great guy, and the Broncos need more than him to win. Exactly. He is unproblematic. People just negative for no reason. I agree. And that is it in a nutshell. People just be hating. Happy New Year, fans! Welcome, welcome, welcome to 2023 with Knotty Love Movement. Yes. Onward and upward, fans. Onward and upward. You know how we do over here. We getting into some trending topics or whatever. We got into Diddy's New Year's celebration, how he had everybody flued out, okay? Something looks stage about it. I just been seeing a lot of Diddy having a good time. I don't know. And stuff coming out behind the scenes, and I think there's going to be some books dropping. And Jaguar Wright has been speaking about this openly for years, and her story has never changed about certain things. Say what you want. Exactly, Fez. Positive vibes only. Thank you. It's because of people like you. Y'all fuel me, so I appreciate all the support, and I like talking about the hard stuff too. Okay. Yeah, it's something naughty crew, especially surrounding Kim Porter.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
And Jaguar has been speaking openly about this for years. All right. And I was debating on whether I wanted to get into this, but just so you all know, like, I'm 44. Okay. So I listen to a lot of radio in my day, and it's always been some mess surrounding a lot of these moguls out here. And some of them will go so far just to keep their secrets secret. And I just feel like Hollywood has been rearing its ugly head and showing its true face lately. Seriously. It's like hell on earth right now. With all these pedos coming out the closet, like we always knew they were there, but it's coming to the surface now. Now we're starting to put faces to it. It's not just rumors anymore. And I think a lot of what Jack says when it comes to him and Jay-Z, it has some relevancy behind it. I don't know. Drop down into my comments. Let me know if y'all want to get into that. Like if y'all want to get into the sauce. Because I got some stuff saved up for Jaguar. And I watched Tokyo Tony and her. All right. And the main reason why Tokyo act the way she act is because she feel like she's losing her child to an evil world. And it has to be hard to witness. And she even spoke out about the Krishan Rock and Blueface situation, okay? Because she sees her daughter in Krishan Rock and how she's losing her soul slowly but surely, you know. It's a secret society. Like, we cannot deny it, all right? It's out there. People lose their lives behind the industry, okay? Shaka Khan has spoken openly about this, about the industry and how they do blood sacrifices. I mean, I could go and look it up for you. Hold on. We could dig into this together. Let's see. People have openly spoken about. Yeah, exactly, Feds. Exactly. And they put like life insurance policies on their lives because they're worth more dead than alive. Like as soon as they're unalive, their stock goes up. And you have to look at who has benefited through the years. Who's running the purse strings in the industry. And a lot of times you need to look to who's at that billionaire status. You have to sacrifice a lot to get to that status. Why you think Kanye losing his mind? Because he got to that level and seen what it was. Yeah, more money, more problems. Biggie said it best. And if you want to really be really successful in that industry, you have to be willing to sacrifice everything. And when they say sell your soul, and the reason why I kind of know about this, because my brother used to make beats, all right? And he had meetings with Flavor Unit or whatever. And we always was like, why you ain't move forward? We thought he had made it or whatever. The fact that they recognized him. And he was like, I wasn't willing to do certain acts to get there. It wasn't worth it for me. And it's true. Like, and a lot of what Jad be saying, how she be talking about Christopher Williams, the lawyer walking in on Christopher Williams, giving allegedly fellatio to Diddy, and they didn't stop, okay? And if anybody gets too close to his secrets, all of a sudden they're gone. It's just suspicious to me. It's just suspicious. Especially, like, if you guys notice, like, his nanny, she just all of a sudden got fired. And I think the twins started asking questions. So he had to get her out of there. He'd rather deal with a lawsuit. Hold on. I'm trying to find this interview with Shaka Khan to share with you guys. Let me find. This is an excerpt from it. Yeah, this interview, she gets into so much, but she said it out loud. Like, I want to find a clipping. She said, she was like, this industry, you have to, they do blood sacrifices. Look at when, not Lil Baby, the baby, Lil Durk. Look how many people has been unalive around him. Yeah, here it is. All right, let me get this for you guys. Stop sharing. Yes, and Jaguar Wright, she been speaking out for years. Her story has never changed, if you ask me. And she filled in a lot of the holes for me, especially with Nikki. I'm not saying that I believe every single thing that she says, but I think there's some truth behind it. But listen to Shaka.
About what's happened here. The blame game has begun. A lot of people want to blame Bobby Brown. A lot of people want to blame the music business. A lot of people want to blame everyone. What do you think?
Well, it's all of the above and a whole lot more, but it boils down to you. You know, I was introduced to certain people and to certain opportunities to use recreational drugs, and it boils down to whether I want to do it or not. And she was a strong-willed, strong-minded girl. Mm-hmm. And I can't say that it's all anybody's fault, but...
Would she have gone down that route, do you think, without Bobby Brown in her life?
Well, if it would not him, somebody else. If she wants to get high. If you want to get high, you're going to get high.
And do you think she had that tendency anyway?
I think that we all, as artists, because we're highly sensitive people, and this machine around us, this so-called music industry, is such a demonic thing. It sacrifices people's lives and their essences at the drop of a dime.
And how did you feel when you heard that Sony, I think it was back in the UK, had jacked the prices up of Whitney's album?
It reminds me
within an hour or so of her dying.
Yeah, that reminds me of the time I had a manager once that said to me, you know, you're worth more money dead than alive. Okay, so I am just, by the grace of God, stand I here, because I could have easily, because of a lot of pressure from the label I was with at the time. I went through a really, really rough time where I didn't want to go outside, didn't want to be seen, didn't want to be around. I really didn't.
Let me ask you a specific question. I'm assuming.
See? She said it out her own mouth. They sacrifice people. They sacrifice people for it depends on what level you want to get to. Oh, absolutely, Sam. That's absolutely true. So I grew up and I went to what is now called Whitney Houston Academy. Back in the day, it was called Franklin. I grew up in Dodgetown, and her mom used to come sing to us every year. She would come sing to us because they live right across the street from the school. And her brother always used to be posted up in Salvo Park doing the do. And he said he's the one that introduced her. And she was vulnerable. She was a child that had been violated. So it was so easy for her to get turned on to it. If anything, she turned Bobby onto it because he wasn't into that up into that point. And he got clean before her. All right, so since this is sparking good conversation, we might as well just go with it. Okay, all right. We know the entertainment industry, Hollywood, comes with some demonic things, and Jaguar Wright has been speaking out about this all over the place. I know when I first started YouTubing, she was going through the circuit of like Tasha K, Storm Monroe. It was a whole beef erupting, this and that, or whatever. And so she went radio silence. But what she's speaking out loud is dangerous for her, you know. It's dangerous. But let's get into some of what she has to say. I found a bunch of her clippings on TikTok, okay? And I'll leave the links for anything. So here's why she's not afraid.
Want to actually speak out and actually keep it as real as you kept it in these interviews?
There have been days where I thought to myself, maybe it's just too much trouble.
Oh.
And then I remember that's my fucking purpose. And that's their purpose. To make me as uncomfortable as possible. So I won't want to speak. That's the objective. So all I can do is make smart choices. And believe that everything that happens for a reason. Even if
All right, so that's why she is hell bent on exposing the music industry. But let me add, Jaguar is a very, very talented musician and composer. She could sing her off, all right? She's even spoken regarding Takeoff.
Yes, God had his hand on Quavo. God had his hand on Quavo because they both could have easily been gone. You know.
That's the problem with Jag's content. She's always playing music in the background. I don't want to get copyright strike, but basically she's talking about how she feels like it was a setup and to look deeper within. She's also here's what she had to say about Diddy. I'll try to play it, guys.
started with 5 people. Andre Harrell, I'll Be Sure, Heavy D, and Puffy. And Kim, she was Andre's personal assistant. Kim is dead. Heavy D is dead. Andre.
So she's showing how Puffy started and how everyone's unalive except him. And recently, I'll Be Sure had been speaking out about Kim Porter's unaliving. Okay, he's been a lot more vocal, but all of a sudden, he ends up in a coma. He's recovering now. Exactly, son. Exactly. What's scary is how long she has managed to live since she started speaking her truth. God bless her soul, honey. Call them out. And they thrive on people holding their secrets. They try to blackmail you. She's even spoken out about Jay-Z. She has. Yeah, I muted it. This one has you guys can read it. This one has the closed caption on it. So you can see what they're saying. I'll be sure is still recovering. Still recovering. I'm waiting to hear what he has to say. But they're saying behind the scenes that a book is coming out. A book is dropping. Okay. But they'll do anything to cover their secrets. I don't know, Naughty Crew. Let me know what y'all think about the things that Jaguar Wright has been saying. Do you think it's some truth to it? I think she's filling in a lot of the holes that have been missing through the years. People have been speaking out regarding Puffy for the longest, and it all of a sudden gets hushed, you know. But she says he's a very, very, very not so nice man, okay? Not so nice. And let's not forget abuse allegation. Bad Girl Club, Winter, she had wrote a book, okay? She was involved with Diddy's son, and she ultimately ended up pregnant. And she talks about the pressure for her to delete that situation that she deals with in her book, okay? People have been speaking out for years, but they've been silenced. It's the same thing with Russell Simmons. And look at where he is over in some country out west trying to avoid prosecution. Okay, let's just keep it real. There's documentaries all over the place about the allegations against Russell Simmons. Okay. Exactly. That's why she's not here now, because she was about to spill the deeds. Think about it, Naughty Crew. Who was the last one with her? She had she was sick, but not that sick. I don't know. But Jaguar in these streets talking, and I believe she ramping up for her podcast, you guys, because her and Tokyo Tony have teamed up. Because you know Tokyo Tony is always talking about, you know, the Illuminati and stuff. All right. She's saying how she lost her child to that system. All right. She's even spoken up about the whole Christian Rock and Blueface situation. Let me know what y'all think about this. But Jag has been vocal for years. I don't know how she manages to stay under the radar. She probably moves around a lot. But she's been telling her truth. And I believe like a lot of bloggers try to exploit her. Yeah, actually, so problematic. I'm actually concerned for Young Miami. I really am. And I think she's his latest beard. She's his latest beard. And he's paying her a lot of hush money. That's it. She's just there to make him look good. His own security guard spoke out and saw because that's what he's trying to cover up, you guys. The fact that he's allegedly homosexual. And in this day and age, just be who you are. Just be who you are. People already know it. People already know it, but I think he feels like he'll lose if he comes out. Let me know what y'all think about Jaguar's point of view. I don't think it's far-fetched. Let me see if this has me.
Biggie died.
In this one, she's talking about Jay-Z, Diddy, Biggie, and more. She has a lot of knowledge, and she was in the game young. She just I think she thinks she winning, and she thinks she playing a game. I feel like she be telling the truth too, Feds. I mean, the stuff aligns. The stuff aligns. If you think about her timeline, and I remember this time listening to the radio, Wendy Williams tried to expose it. Diddy tried to shut her down. They did this fake makeup play session on her show or whatever. But Wendy had been exposing all of them. She been having guests on there. But I think Jag is really connecting all the dots for me. See, I grew up, I watch hip hop evolve, you guys. I watch it evolve through the years. And a lot of times I looked and said, about certain situations, like the split between Dame Dash and Jay-Z. Dame is still bitter all these years later. Exactly. Dame is still bitter, but Jay-Z was just recently honored for some type of achievement award. It was on Choke No Joke channel or whatever. And he actually thanked Dame Dash, but he never thanked his wife. And Choke No Joke, he always talk about, he was like, yo, something going on between them two. I don't think they really together. I don't know. It's just a lot of secrets in the industry that I think is going to come out more and more in 2023. But Brother Love, you are definitely suspicious, okay? We all know about his industry parties and stuff like that. I feel like Jag be telling the truth too. I really, really do. I really, really do. Drop into my comments. Let me know your thoughts. If y'all know any Jag facts, leave them in the comments. Meantime, I'm going to do a fun thought that I found. A fun fact. Yes. Okay. Oops, sorry.
He has multiple reasons. He was born at 111. His dad wore number 11 when he played college ball at Boston University. Kyrie Irving is exactly 11 letters long. Even the letter K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. And after playing a total of 11 games at Duke due to injury, he was drafted pick 1 of round 1 in 2011. He even scored his 11,000th point on the 11th of March. No. Yes. So how about this for Kyrie? The reason that he wears number 11.
So who would have knew Kyrie was that attached to the number 11? Okay, yes, James, it is a secret society. Only a few can tell. I mean, I've been new, all right? My brother, he used to make beats. He used to produce mad beats back in the day. And, you know, he made it to a point where he had a meeting with the flavor unit or whatever. And ultimately, he stopped all business. And we was like, why didn't you go for it? Because he was a dope producer. He was really good at his craft. My dad was an album collector, so he started taking those albums and producing new beats out of them or whatever. And so he got to that level and ultimately said he wasn't willing to give up his manhood, so to speak. I'm putting it politely, to get that far into the game. And that's what you have to sacrifice. That's why you gotta stay prayed up, people, and be careful of the energy you invite into your life. We all know there's a secret society, but why are they able to get away with so much? Why are people dropping off like flies? All right. And hip hop didn't become deadly until the 90s. When a certain Honeycomb was just really like making his footing in the game, and he is still making money off to this day off of Biggie. He is still making money to this day. Hence his billionaire status. His billionaire status. I think Kim Porter was tired, and she had been abused by for years by Diddy, because it's out there. There's allegations saying that he's very abusive. I mean, it's been reported that Kim nose was broken by him. And he just strikes me as a type like, I have all the money, I control everything, do what I say, get along. You know what I mean? People like him, they buy their love and support. So nobody's ever really genuine. You're only as good as your last dollar when you operate like that. And eventually somebody's going to cross. But Diddy has been under investigation by the feds. okay, for allegations of underage inappropriateness, all right, especially when he was mentoring Usher, all right, Usher's mom even confronted him, and you see what happened in that situation. But Usher openly said, like, he used to be at those industry parties underage. So you could go over to the Davy Wade show. He has a surviving Diddy, and he also has a surviving Jay-Z. And he breaks it down. He does a thorough job. And the stuff is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. So for those of you who are just joining, we're getting into like Jaguar Wright, her out here revealing like industry secrets. And she always talks about Mary J. Blige and stuff like that. But that's why it's important not to idolize these celebrities, you guys. Like, I love Mary J. Blige. I love Mary J. Blige for her art that she puts out, all right, for her performance, for her vocal ability. I don't know her personally, but I like her art. You see what I'm saying? People take it to another level when they start to put these celebrities at the forefront of their world, like the Barbs and all those type of fans. It's idolatry. That is a sin, people. It is not healthy to idolize any human being to that level. I'll show you honor and respect for your art, but that's as far as it goes for me. All right. Now, if you do something that is unsavory, that tarnishes your brand, I'll take a second look. Like R. Kelly, he played in our face for years. Okay. I removed all his music. I can't even listen to one of his songs because they play in our face through their art. They tell us what's going on if you listen closely. It's all in the music and the lyrics. It's all in the music. Thank you for joining, everybody. Thank you for joining me. We're going through some trending topics. Did anybody get to watch Potomac? I wasn't able to watch Potomac yet. I'm going to watch it after I come off of live. Because we got Chris Bassett out here in these streets. Woo, a trending story. Shout out to Hollywood Unlocked for dropping in. So, a medical center accidentally texts thousands of patients that they have cancer on Christmas Day. This is horrible. What the HIPAA violation is going on, Naughty Crew? Here we go. Hey, Robin. Hey, we talking about the industry, Robin, this morning. Jaguar Wright has been out here spilling the deets, okay? And I know you know about that hip-hop era, being from NYC. Oh, nice. Fun fact, Sin. Remember Rockabye Jam from the 80s, LA Dream Team? Fun fact, I wrote for the group in their earlier years. Ah, what an accomplishment. Okay. Okay. Loving the comments. Thanks, Feds. Thanks, Sin. Oh, you have a newfound request from Housewives. Oh, okay. We can jump into it. He's posting because they're still trying to carry the narrative. Let's see. So who came up to who as introduced who to who and what to who? He was not. I love production shade. Actually, Karen Huger, she posted, she said, Happy New Year, everyone. And hello, we have an 8th housewife. It is production. So Chris posts, I would just like again to thank Real Housewives of Potomac production and the team in the editing room for continuing to show the lies these women continue to tell about me. Exactly. I like the shade this year. What do you guys think? Exactly, Robin. Being 30 down. I love it. Yeah, but Robin, have you been hearing the different things that Jaguar Wright has been speaking of in regards to the industry? She is determined to expose them. I feel like she has every reason to. And I kind of want to support her in her feet or whatever. But I think she knows some real facts, okay, when it comes to Diddy and Jay-Z and the secrets of the industry. And she's openly speaking out about it. She's very vocal about different things. Let me see. I'm going to try to find one with no music. Yeah, TikTok is hard. But she's been vocal for years. You talking about what's happening, Sin? What's happening? Oh, so Jaguar, you know, she's out in these streets exposing the industry. Okay. And the number one at the top of her ish list, Robin, is Diddy. She calls him how do I say? Honeycomb. That's what she calls him. Honeycomb, you know. And she calls him an M-word. Grand Rising, large curse, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. You know what? It's so many y'all. I'm dropping the link because we can just have an open discussion and go from there. I'm dropping the link. If anybody wants to come up, please feel free. I'm going to take a little break, give everybody a chance to load in. Okay. Woo! Yes. All right. And I'm going to try to find some footage of Jaguar for you, Robin, so you can see what we talking about because I don't want y'all to be in there. Exactly. Jag is kicking the door down. And I love what she's doing. I don't always agree with everything she says, but she's kicking the door down. She's exposing everything. Exactly. So let me try to get some audio for you guys. Because she's spilling the tea, okay? Let me see if this is. Squarespace is the #1 all-in-one platform for growth. There's commercials everywhere now. The Tubi brothers. Oh, I used to love What's Happening. I used to come home from school, watch What's Happening, then The Facts of Life came on, and then A Different Strokes, all one after another. But that's where I remember Rerun from. He's so rest in heaven. I miss those good quality shows. Like reality TV has like diluted content, if you ask me.
Your business and your brand online. Squarespace. This is some legendary shit.
All right, I found the interview where she's talking about all the stuff. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys so we can jump into it. We're gonna analyze it together, Naughty Crew, all right? Tokyo Tony is live. Oh my God. And she probably live with Jaguar because you know they working together, guys. Let me see.
All in the water. I was like, bitch, you gonna get yourself kicked the fuck out. I might as well throw these jaws away. I'm just holding on to them so dear. Okay, I'm lying. Okay, that's what I'm gonna give away. I'm also gonna give away a pink pussy pack.
Oh,
to
no.
Y'all know y'all. Do I have to tell y'all? Because we already know.
No, thank you, Tokyo. We don't need that over here at Naughty Crew. But her and Jag are teaming up and they're doing a podcast together. So it should be interesting because Tokyo and Tony has a lot of thoughts.
She gave us a verbal spanking. Put us in a bloody box.
She back.
Black woman went viral on our channel.
And get ready for this.
Hey, Curves.
Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good? Grand Rising, everybody.
Grand Rising Queen. We about to get into this Jaguar right tea. Okay.
I love Jaguar Wright. I've been freaking fascinated with her since pandemic, and she was going live, spilling it, and I was like, why haven't I heard of her before? Why is she so similar to Jill Scott? Oh, and then she told the story. I was like, what you say? And now she will not let up. She kind of went MIA. There was some stuff that happened with her and some other bloggers, some YouTubers. And then she went MIA. And then the end of 22, she started coming out again. I was like, what? And now the things that she's saying, not only about Diddy, but about the Wades, about the industry, about the Smiths, about like just the stuff that goes on in the industry. And she's not afraid. She has nothing left to lose. And she wants the people to know everything that she has experienced and knows firsthand, because she doesn't feel like these people should be getting away with it. Why are they all up there still and she's still struggling? That's
exactly.
what I need to know more. I need to know more.
Exactly.
And I love her because she doesn't post and delete, y'all. She posts and leave that stuff up there.
She stand by what she say, and I'm telling you, yeah. I've been watching her from before, and her story has never wavered. The facts about Jay-Z, the industry, and come on, guys, we know it's out there. You know what I mean? But people, what I want to highlight, people are losing their lives. They're losing their lives because
we were going to do a Diddy thing before, and and she even spoke on Al. Remember, we were talking about Al. He was doing that tell-all book, and then goes in a coma. Okay.
All of a sudden, guys, he starts speaking out about Kim Porter, and all of a sudden, he's in a coma,
needing organs and whatnot.
Exactly. Okay. And say what you want, Kim Porter's unaliving is very and highly suspicious to me. It's highly.
Yeah. Me too. And like that was the rabbit hole I ended up in, was a whole different rabbit hole. I don't know what rabbit hole you ended up in, but I was like, not only did I feel it was an unaliving, but I felt it was like a bio unaliving.
And sometimes monsters, they hide in plain sight.
Yeah. And they get the party started.
Exactly.
But I don't know. This is her experience, and she is serious.
Serious.
She's serious.
Let's see.
I don't
Let's
know.
jump
Did
into
she have a monkey? Did she have a full-on monkey? Are you talking about that kind of monkey, Sin City?
what kind of monkey? Let's hear some of this commentary, guys. 1 second.
And I just sent you a
Behind us.
clip of this same
The park. Now this is like
interview
12:30 at night.
to her, but it's a specific clip
Maybe
about
on
what
the side
happens at
too, just like
Will
we are.
Smith's house and Dwayne Wade's
And it was like
house.
this.
I sent
They
it
were
to
at
a
the
DM to
top
you
of
on
the block, and
Instagram.
then they started inching down closer and closer and closer towards the car.
Got it. I'll pull it up.
Little by little, like just creeping up. And husband says, "Get in the
And
car."
she's a great storyteller.
And I'm like, "All right." So
Like,
I pick up
this
the
is her
dog. We
superpower.
get in the car, and then they start pulling up even tighter. I'm like, "Fuck it, let's move." You know what I mean? We had a burner in the car, but if it's gonna go down like this, nigga, we about to have some fucking fun. So we take off from there, pull, they follow us. And I'm like, are we paranoid? Are we too high?
So this is Jaguar getting into what she has been experiencing. She has been vocal about it, which I think is the best thing to do, because if something happens to her, we all know as the world, okay, what happened to her. People will go above and beyond to protect their secrets, people.
Fuck it. Let's figure out what it's really fucking hitting for. So we pulling up to the red light. I said, this one's going to change, and then this one's going to change not long after it. Don't stop. Run the fucking light. So my husband takes off. They follow us. First red light. They continue to follow us. Second red light. The safety off.
Oh, it's about to go down. Yeah.
So boom, we going. He's like, I'm like, pull up to Fuel City. I want cameras and I want lights. If motherfuckers is going to see us busting shots, that shit's going to be documented. So boom, we go. They following us. Woo, peel off. Next thing you know, we pull off, turn the car around. We sitting there facing the street, waiting for somebody to drive the fuck up. One car takes off, skids off, gets. It's happening as it.
Back. What is he doing? Parallel parking. Parallel to what? No.
Yeah, she is going in.
All right, let's get into what Curve sent us.
Hey, Robin. Happy New Year, beautiful. Hey, Sin City. Happy New Year. You got people in the house this morning, Naughty. How awesome. Wonderful, Naughty crew. Feds is in the house. James Pryor, what's good?
Can everyone see?
Yeah.
Here we go. So yeah, we're getting into Jaguar, right? This thing is not cooperating. No, it keeps jumping.
It's okay. We're here with you, Naughty.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys being patient. Let me close some of the tabs, maybe.
Is a link to your Naughty raps in your description all the time? Naughty. Uh-oh. Am I here by myself?
No, I'm here. What you say,
I
Curve?
was saying, is there a link to your naughty wraps in your description all the time? To your head wraps?
No, well, it's my Instagram.
Oh, okay.
And trust me, I was out this morning looking for an open post office. The website says they're open, but they're all closed.
Yeah, because today is technically New Year's Day.
Yeah, technically in the business world. That's
Right.
why I'm off.
Definitely.
Oh, Feds is making some cocoa tea and bakes. What kind of bakes are you making, Feds?
Nice. Now, cocoa tea, is that like literally cocoa tea instead of hot chocolate?
Yeah, like real chocolate. Is this it? Curves? Do you see?
Yeah.
It says, is this it?
Yeah, I'm right here. It says Jaguar Wright breaks the oath. Okay, and there's one above that. So that's the one specifically about Diddy. And then the one above it is the one about, yeah, that one is what happens at Will Smith's house and Dwayne Wade's house, allegedly. And she's talked about that a lot. She is not pleased. And then the other one is about how they've threatened, well, it's kind of a threat to unalive her just this holiday season. And she talks about that. So those were just two clips because, you know, she is winded. And if that other video is like 56 minutes, so I'm looking for clips. So I sent you these short little clips of her because they are all over. She is not shutting up. She was just live yesterday and I was going to screen grab it, except for I came in mid-conversation and you can't really do that with her because she was in all of her passion telling the story like she was not going to go back to the beginning for me. So I just decided to just watch from where I was instead of try to capture it for you guys. Because she was in, yeah, this. I've heard her say this story before. And I don't know why more people aren't talking
screaming
about it.
to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills. Bashir Gray. Left that house fucking screaming. They ain't doing as much, I guess, now because they're getting older. I guess it just moved over to the Wade house.
Energy transfers.
And I'm not saying that because of their trans daughter. I'm saying that because of the artist that I just spoke to not that long ago that got invited to a party at their house. Everything was cool up front till they went to the back and there was a bunch of old fucking niggas and fucking young boys back there, all ass naked in the Wade house. So I find it funny that Gabrielle's sitting there talking shit about Boosie. Maybe you suspicious of him because of the shit that's happening in your house, bitch. Both bisexual, they do weird things in their house, and young men have left their house fucking screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills. Bashir Gray. Left that house fucking screaming. They ain't doing as much, I guess, now because they're getting older. I guess it just moved over to the Wade house.
Energy transfers. Energy
And
transfers.
I'm not saying that because of their trans daughter.
Hey, yo, black people.
Both bisexual, they do weird things in their house. And
all right, that's her exposing the Smith family. Okay, I heard weird things about them,
and I've heard that before. And then it kind of all went away. You know, when they were talking about the slap, of course, nobody's going to continue the rumors about the other stuff, right? And even now that the slap has subsided, people aren't really talking about that a lot, you know. But I've heard those stories before.
I have too, and also that they're connected to Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, you don't know, like Scientology, if you look at Scientologists, they look weird, right? They always look pale. They always look like straight face. It's just a weird energy. But this is not the first time we heard rumors of Will and Jada they try to call it an open marriage. I just think they're both bisexual.
Yeah. I feel like there are what they are, and there's nothing wrong with that. How they present to the world is how I feel like, people have to present to the world sometimes in order to have their projects picked up or whatever, or have their movies seen or their personas. Thank you, husband. Husband found my phone, you guys. And look what it has on it. It has my screensaver, the vision board we made the other
Oh,
day.
your vision board. Yes.
So but I mean, I can understand people like me maybe having a fake relationship, a fake marriage, so that they can like do what they do without people, asking too many questions. You know what I mean? But don't terrorize nobody. Don't like get the reputation of having people leave your house screaming. That's not cool.
It's not cool.
That's scary. Especially because they have those kids that were at their house. They have actual kids that were at their house. So if minors were leaving their house screaming and they have minors at the vicinity, that just is like, oh wow, poor Willow, poor Jaden. Like,
Well, they raised them with no rules or anything. They left them to their own devices, basically. And I believe like Jaden confronted his mom on the Red Table Talk. Like, you're messing. Well, come on. She started messing with one of his friends, August Alsina.
Yeah, August Alsina was his friend, right?
Yes, like
that. Like they were like 2 years apart or something. Like they're almost the same age.
Exactly, and that's what I found so inappropriate. Let's jump into this next clip. Shout out to Large Curves. Please go over to her channel and subscribe. All right, we work with each other all the time on these YouTube streets.
Look, I keep getting self-conscious because I just woke up and I was like, I wasn't gonna come on camera, but I love coming on camera with you.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So let's jump into this next clip, okay?
Oh, this one is crazy. She's going in.
How he enjoys shooting that old woman in the back. Like he ain't have a care in the world. I recently found out that 3 days after that, apparently Clarence Avon has went into a state of full-blown dementia, progressive dementia. Eating applesauce and blowing bubbles and milk and shit. But 3 weeks before that, he was perfectly fine. I guess he had to retire, huh? Not long after that, Diddy and Jay-Z been running around acting like they run LA. Just like I know Sean Carter poisoned.
Love you, Aaron.
Whoa. Just like I believe. Whoa. Just like I believe. Just like I believe allegedly you tried to murder my friend and you poisoned my friend, I'll be sure.
Hang on.
You going down, honeycomb. You going down. Sue me. They ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm saying it. Come get me. Come get me. I'm waiting. Sue me, kill me, do something. Do something, niggas, other than threaten me. Do something.
So, real quick, let me take a quick break. Quick second. Shout out to Night and Day Network LLC. Keep up the great work, brother. I appreciate you. I gotta call you on the Diddy thing. People are asking, and I gotta ask too, being responsible. How the hell do you know that? How do you know this information? People, we gotta ask you that.
Because Kim told someone very close to her that she thought he was trying to kill her. Just like Whitney Houston sent a note and said that they was trying to kill her. Just like fucking Janis Joplin sent a note and said they was trying to kill her when Clive Davis had only been managing her for a year. I'm gonna find that promissory note, Clive. I promise you. I'm gonna treat this shit like a fucking treasure hunt. We gonna treat this shit like The Amazing Race and see who gets to the receipt first, bitch. These motherfuckers been killing people for years. Prove me wrong, sue me, or kill me. But do something different.
So let's pause there and let's consume some of this naughty crew. All right. She's making some serious allegations out here. What do you think? And she's been telling the same story over and over again. And you have to think about who's at the top.
Right.
Who's at the top? And they have the most secrets. They have. It's been rumored for years that Jay-Z is on the same stuff like R. Kelly. Think about Foxy Brown. When she came into the game, she was 14, going on 15. It is alleged she had an intimate relationship with Jay at that time. All right. Notice she has not been around. Her career has not been flourishing. And they're saying allegedly that she was silenced because she was about to drop a tell-all book. And like, Foxy was all in these streets in Jersey, all right, in Montclair, not too far from me. She dealt with Corrupt. She dealt with a lot of the outlaws, which a lot of them are from Montclair in my area. And the Outlaws was the group that Tupac was trying to produce and push out as his artist.
Right.
All right. And Foxy ran all through that crew, and she also ran through Philadelphia. And some of the stuff she's saying, it does line up. If you think about when Rockefeller and all that first started, they started to branch out in Philly. Your Beanie Macs, Freeway, all right, and they threw them in the studio and basically robbed them. Like Jay-Z gave them a bum deal. Like, okay, y'all make music, and whatever I like, I'll pull out. And basically, he got more money off of them than they made off of them. Exactly. And then that whole ring all of a sudden got kind of dismantled. All right. So just think about some of the things Jaguar is saying and line it up with hip hop history and look at who is on top right now. Who has the most to lose? All right. I'm going to leave that food for thought. We're going to get back into the recording. Okay.
I just wanted to piggyback like you and Sin City you're pointing out. This is old news. It is her truth. And it still is relevant though, because she's still talking about it and it's still happening. You know what I mean? And I would love, especially with Al B. Sure being so fresh in recovery, I would love to hear what he has to say about it.
Everyone who gets too close to Puffy ends up in some harmful position, whether it be loss of life or all of a sudden sick to the point that they can't even function anymore in life. But I'm interested to see what he has to say. Seriously, I feel like I'm concerned for him. I really am.
Other than threaten me.
Talk about the death threats you've been getting.
Oh, how I need to enjoy my last holiday season with my family because I'm gonna be dead by the new year. Come get me, bitch. I'm a use. Sean's. But especially you, Sean Carter.
Where'd it go left with you and Sean Carter? Because like I said, it was all love.
The
Everything was
second that I
beautiful.
said I wasn't gonna let him be my Lord and Master because I already served Jesus.
I'm heading to my second laser appointment. I saw results after the very first treatment.
You know, I ain't simple like his wife, and neither was Aaliyah. I guess that's why he had her killed.
Ugh.
You heard that. I always thought Aaliyah's unaliving was suspicious. Okay, the circumstances surrounding it. And Aaliyah held a lot of secrets. I mean, if you think about it, the beef with Jay-Z and Nas, they always said it was over a female, and I believe it was over Aaliyah. And ultimately, she ended up going with Dame Dash. But you gotta remember, Dame Dash and Jay-Z, They were not on good terms. Because this was around the time when the Best of Both Worlds debacle happened with R. Kelly and Jay-Z. Another suspicious event. Okay, I really believe Aaliyah was about to tell some stuff. Remember, she was what, 22 when she passed, if I'm not mistaken. So she was of age, and she revealed some things to Dame Dash. But just think about it, guys. It all lines up. I know it's old news, but it's still relevant today because a lot of innocent people have lost their lives, all right? And it's all about power and control. Puffy and Jay-Z, they love to control and manipulate the media so that they can stay on top.
Prove me wrong, sue me or kill me. You killed that young woman. Who the fuck else would have known better how to have someone posing as Dame Dash's personal assistant call Aaliyah so strategically and tell her she needed to rush to the hospital in Miami because Dame was on his deathbed. Dame wasn't nowhere near Miami and he ain't had no assistant call Aaliyah. Who the fuck else would have known that other than his closest ally, his best fucking friend, the nigga that was fucking her before him? Fuck you, Sean. Prove me wrong, sue me, or kill me. I'm ready.
Go back to when you first met Jay-Z. Take
Fuck
us
him.
back.
Fuck him. I don't care how I met him. I wish I never met him. I fucking feel like Carl Thomas. I wish I never met him at all. Fucker.
Why now though? Why after all this time? Everything was good.
I
All
gave him 20 years. I gave him 20 years to do the right thing. See, when you spend little quiet moments alone with someone, and it's not about the fame and the attention, when you're just alone, we share a love for poetry, you know? I used to read my Joni Mitchell book, song and lyrics all the time. You remember that, Sean? I shared my favorite with you. I don't know where I stand. Joni Mitchell's book, song and lyrics. It's in the first 2 chapters. I won't dare recite it. That's too telling. He was always so surprised with my vocabulary, you know. Little silly shit like, I don't know if I should wear all these socks. I'm afraid my feet's gonna sweat. They're not gonna sweat, boo. You got the perforated leather. You can have all the dick in the world if you don't know what the fuck to do with it. What does it matter? I'm sure there's some women that know that better than me, a whole lot better than me. My point is, there's little promises in those tender moments. Like the promise of, there's a sweeter me. There's a more conscientious me. There's a me to give a fuck about you. And you want to believe that. And you want to believe for it, you know? And then you become real forgiving. And then it all becomes about the hope. Until you realize that hope is a joke. And what's real is you sleeping with the devil. And when you dance with the devil, you better make sure you're doing it with steel-toed shoes, because that motherfucker on your feet.
I want to pivot a little bit, but kind of keeping it under the same realm and talk about Kanye.
Isn't that crazy?
feel like absolutely is crazy. I feel like there's some truth to it. Robin, I'm gonna leave the links, but it's all over YouTube, Robin. All her different interviews she's been doing. She had calmed down for a little bit, but she's back at it again. And it's because like she's seeing people lose their lives. She's seeing the manipulation in the industry. She even speaks on Takeoff and how she feels like his whole situation was a setup, and Quavo should thank his lucky stars that he's here because he was a part of the setup, according to her. But look at Robin's comment. Damn, I have 2 friends who serve as attorneys for Jay-Z. The one who I could get the dirt from has passed. The other in the shadows. And was even this on Jay-Z's 444. And that's what Jaguar says. If you look at listen to Jay-Z's lyrics, he tells you a lot. He tells you a lot. He talks about how he should have been in jail and he's avoided it all these years. I mean, he has all these side babies coming out all of a sudden. There's a young man and a young lady claiming that that's their father. Yeah, this is fact. She's been speaking recently. She's been more vocal, Robin.
Mm-hmm.
But
Definitely.
The one young man that is claiming that Jay-Z is his father, he has been going through so much. He's saying that he's been going through the courts. They were manipulated allegedly by Jay-Z. They keep blocking like paternity tests and things like that. Now, he did try to link up with a young lady who actually went as far as doing an ancestry test, and Jay-Z's grandmother came up in her tree line. Jay-Z's grandmother. And I believe that she has been silenced with money. Because she has, after that test came out, she has not been saying anything at all on social media. It's too many coincidences, like Jaguar says. It's just so many coincidences. And when you start seeing people in a certain circle just dropping off like flies like that, you have to think, the first thing I think is, who is benefiting off of their unaliving? Drop into my comments, Naughty Crew. Let me know what you think. I did drop the link. Please remember to hit that like, subscribe, and bell button. If anybody wants to come up and sound off about any part of this, whether you believe Jaguar or not, challenge me. But I know hip-hop history, and I've watched it evolve through the years. And now it's just a dangerous industry. I don't even feel like it's even worth getting involved in anymore. It's not about the art. It's not about the art anymore. Curbs, you have any thoughts? Hey, Fez.
Well, I can't challenge you because I like this rabbit hole. I'm all in.
I love this rabbit hole.
I believe everything she said plus some, and I believed it before she said it because I heard some stories about some stuff too, and then I was like, in this, so I believe it. I can't challenge you. Somebody come up and challenge her though.
Challenge me. I welcome it. You know I'm good for it.
I think we all might believe it. we might have all heard something to believe that makes this believable.
Exactly. And in certain things she says about Mary J. Blige, and like I said, I love Mary J. Blige. Everybody knows I love Mary J. Blige. I love her for her art and everything that she puts out there. But why is she still working as hard as she's doing?
Yeah. What does she say about Mary? Tell us what she says. Tell us what she says about why is Mary doing the art plan of rap? Why is she on the art plan?
So Jag is alleging that, she is a full-blown lesbian. And the industry doesn't protect women like they do the good old boys club. But she alleges that she's a full-blown lesbian. She's a pass around in the industry. And also she's a procurer for Puffy.
Oh.
She's made allegations. She's like a Ghislaine Maxwell as you.
Oh, no way. I didn't hear that part.
So that's look, That's what I mean about Jaguar. A lot of her stuff has a lot of foundation, and then a lot of it is just like, or whatever. But I don't know Mary personally, so
yeah,
I don't know. And I don't believe in outing people. You know what I mean? I think that's just whack. Like if that's what she wants to be her secret, let it be her own. Fed
That
said
is
he's been.
crazy. Yeah, I don't care if she's a lesbian. I don't care about that. I thought it
I
was
don't
going
care
to be
about
more.
that either.
Look, I thought it was going to explain why she's on the art plan. Why is she still performing so hard at 65? No, she's not 65.
Well, she's gonna hurt because she got paid Kendu that alimony.
Well, she should do like Wendy. She should take a note from Wendy's book.
That's what I'm saying. I tell you guys, and I stand by this. Wendy Williams is doing all this on purpose. She was not paying for no side baby.
And the only way to cut it off was to cut it off. But I just don't. Okay, my only theory with that is, like, why would she let Kevin suffer so bad? She loves Kevin. They obviously had an agreement where she would pay for his place. So I don't see her letting him get evicted just so her ex can stop getting his money too, unbeknownst to him. You know, like I feel like he would have had to have known.
Exactly. I mean, that part is real suspicious, but maybe Wendy just was tired and was just like, I'm letting everything go.
Is Robin in the back?
Oh, hey, Robin. Okay, here we go.
Hey. Okay, let me start here. I was not going to start here. I wanted to go further back, but Knotty, you know that I championed that whole theory about Wendy Williams, in part playing this whole craziness so she didn't have to pay this man money.
Uh-huh.
But the other thing is, I cannot get it out of my head. The Wendy Williams show, when she got up there and she was talking about the divorce between Mary J's divorce, and it sticks. Let me tell you why it sticks. She said and why it sticks in my mind. She was like, I don't know why she got to pay him all that money. He was her manager, and he got his cut then. She shouldn't owe him. And so she went into this like a mini rage saying, he was already getting paid and he was living with me. And now excuse me, I transferred it from Mary to Wendy, but I think that's why I was hearing it. I was literally hearing it like she was like, no way. If he is living off of me, plus I'm paying him to do this job, he didn't get paid pennies because I make coins big. So it stays in my mind. And that is what fueled my theory about her being, I know she's sick and stuff, but I think that she's deliberately like laying in the cut because she doesn't want to pay this man any money.
I believe so too. I believe so too. And now as far as how it affected her son, maybe she like, son, it's time for you to grow up.
And you know what? And here's the thing about her son. She always said nice things about him. She was never particularly effusive, nor did she ever speak of any major accomplishment. The biggest thing I remember, because listen, I go back to like the station with the lips, right? The biggest thing I remember her saying was on her TV show when she said that she was really impressed that her son had a school project, and on his own, he called this trainer guy who had been on her show before to help him to do whatever information he needed for the project. And so with that said, that's the only thing that I can remember her saying that was impressive to her about him. And so I'm thinking that, he might be his father's child in a big kind of way. And she's like, you know what? I'm gonna throw you in the deep end of the pool. I'm a champion swimmer. Can you? And that's just that's what
I agree with that. I think it's very much that. Like, he's grown now. I paid for his college. He had enough time to get it together. At some point, you have to say, well, maybe I should get a job now.
Something like that. So okay, so that's the okay. Let me tell you this, right? So as you have been having this whole chitter chatter about the darkness of the hip hop world, The tweet excuse me. I said tweet because what I was sharing came out of a DM I had with one of my friends, the one who passed, one of two who was an attorney for you know who. And and in that, and I actually can pull it up probably now, and they are devious. And he was like, "Did you hear about Jay-Z dissing so and so?" I was like, "No." I said, and I don't have title, so he sent me a link. And then he said, "Yo, we gotta have lunch because he told me he hated our mutual friend." And I'm like, "Well, what happened?" He said, "Well, he did a lot of shit, but also," he said, "he got a thing with Jay-Z." I said, "Well, what do you mean? Tell me." Like, I couldn't wait. He said, "Hey, Jay practically ruined this man's life." What? I don't know the exactness of it, but trust and believe, I know that my friend that passed wasn't stretching any bits of truth. Oh gosh, I'm gonna start sleuthing. I'm gonna have to be in touch with some mutuals to get some more info.
I'm telling you, he's a snake in the grass, and he wants all power. He would step on anyone's neck to get there. Look at what he did with Dame Dash. I mean, just look at it. Look at what he did. Dame Dash is still bitter to this day. To this day, Dame Dash is like, "Don't ask me about this anymore." It's all over the world.
Yeah, he can never get over it because y'all keep bringing it up. He probably saying, "Damn."
Exactly. But all these illegitimate children, and guys, check out Nino Brown. He talks about the industry a lot and reveals some truths. He has a whole video dragging the Kardashians, okay? And how they have infiltrated the industry. But he also has another video revealing a lot of secrets. He's very vocal, just like Jaguar. And Tokyo Tony talks about it all the time. That's why
I love Tokyo Tony.
That's why she goes so hard for China, because she knows she's losing her. She knows she's losing her. But they say Beyonce and Jay-Z are very, very manipulative behind the scenes. And that's why they don't respond to media and things like that.
Because if they respond, then they'll open up a can of
exactly. That's how they
whoop ass. Everybody will come out the woodwork for them.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, I know Beyonce see these reports about these side babies.
Oh, he has other ones like currently, like babies, like
he
Diddy
has
right
grown
now.
Children older than
Blue grown children. Yeah. Okay. Well, grown children is different.
He's been spreading his seed for years.
Yeah. Well, that's what men are supposed to do. It says be fruitful and multiply. It does, but I feel like women need to have more say in how they want it to end up. Don't just be like the baby carrier if that's not what your plan was. You know what I mean?
I think women need to understand the power of the P curve, seriously. And they give these men way too much credit. And we need to take our power back and stop letting them run up in us, leaving babies, and then they're off on the world and they just cut you a check whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, we have a lot of power with the yoni, you guys.
Yeah, the power of P goes far. Goes far. So yeah.
I'm laughing because I was like, "What'd you say about Nick Cannon's 12th baby being born the other day?"
Yeah, didn't he just have a New Year's baby or something? A New Year's Eve baby?
Yeah, well, how about Andy Cohen in his sober mind? Like,
hilarious.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think it was funny. I don't feel like, so why I didn't think it was funny? Because Andy is having surrogates to have his babies. He wants more babies, but he needs to go have surrogates to have his babies. So then you're going to ask this other dude that's having babies without surrogates. Well, kind of. Well, are you going to go get a vasectomy? Well, Andy, are you? Like, dude, you're both having babies with multiple women and you're both doing your best to try to be there with them the way that you can. So I didn't appreciate that question.
You felt like
I was actually sitting with myself and trying to figure out which is the worst parent, and I said parent as in for circumstance, Nick Cannon or that Cody Brown from Sister Wives.
Well, I don't know. Like, so, okay, our thing with Nick Cannon is that, oh, he can't be a father because he's not present. Well, what about Andy Cohen? He doesn't have a mother in the household. It's just him and these kids.
And a couple of nannies.
You see what I'm saying? So there's still not the balance that everybody is like saying is missing with Nick. He's not getting it. And Anderson Cooper doesn't have the balance either, if you really think about it.
I don't think that people are necessarily saying balance versus, I mean, Andy Cohen has 2 children, but they're in his same household.
That's what
This other Nick Cannon has 30 children and he lives in 50 different places. And that's that when you talk about balance and just even the opportunity to be present.
Well,
That's
so
the
Nick
difference.
picked people that somebody has an opportunity to be present, and it's the mother. And
Yeah,
in
but I
Andy's
feel like Nick is just
situation,
constantly making
Andy,
choices.
I feel like, I don't know. I keep on saying, unless these ladies are genuinely getting talked out of these panties, they're making contracts with this man to be number 11, to be number 15, to be number 7. They all
Yeah,
knew.
I don't feel bad for the mother.
It was common knowledge. So they knew what they were getting. They wanted to be this kind of mom. But I'm just feeling like the public has an issue with him supposedly making a one-parent household, but they don't have issues with people who by choice make a one-parent household. So it needs to be spread about the same way, I just feel.
I like the way you said that, Curves.
Yeah, I do. I like the way you said that.
That is a whole that makes you look at it make me look at it very differently.
And see, this is why I love conversation.
Wrong, but I just let the people do what they do. Thanks, Robin. I thought you would, because Robin would be like, "Oh, Curves, don't say that." She was like, I forgot about the Pelosi guy. She was like, "Ooh, I might."
Oh, well, that was another thing. Now, don't get me started there.
No, but she keeps me honest, you guys. I had to go research my research, and it was a fake story.
Yeah.
It was a fake story. Robin was like, not today, Curves.
No, because it was so hard. It was also for me, it was so harmful. And it was just, that one I just couldn't hear. I just could not let that go. But you know what? Just this has nothing to do with exactly that, but I have to tell you, I was so happy last night. I don't typically watch television shows in real time because I like to fast forward through the commercials.
Right, me too.
But I was so looking forward to the Family Karma. And I was watching it and my phone rang. I looked at the phone and I looked at the TV and I was like, okay, let me answer this phone. So I'm talking to one of my neighbors and she was just having regular chitter chatter and blah, blah. How you feeling? But then she says, hey, did you hear this story? And I said, what? She said, did you hear about this? Hold on. Wait a minute. And she's like, wait, let me get it. Carol, what's the story? Hold on. Let me look it up. Well, what is it about? Hold on. I can't say it exactly. Do you know this woman had the nerve to hold me up, go on her phone and send me a link to something that she was trying to tell me about, but she couldn't tell me one word that would even jog my mind about it. And I was like, you know what? You just sent me this link. I said, what? I said, how in the hell are you going to ask me if I know about something? Can't tell me what it is, then have the nerve to give me a homework assignment? I said, you know what? You just sent me a link. I have deleted it. Oh, sorry. I just had to share that with somebody. How are you going to send? And I was like, I stopped watching the Family Karma for you to give me homework.
Is the Family Karma good? I haven't been watching.
It is excellent.
Hey, Bernice. Hey.
I know a lot of people are digging it.
Oh, man.
You guys, for everyone just joining, let's look. We've been getting into Jaguar Wright's theories on the industry and how she's been dropping jewels out here in these streets, talking about the evils of the industry. All right. And she's dropping names too. Jay-Z, P. Diddy, okay? Will Smith, Jada Pinkett. They're all part of this wicked system called the industry. All right. And I wanted to get your thoughts, to see what you thought, to see if you feel like there's some truth behind what she's saying. I think she's telling the truth, guys. Like I said, some of the things I just don't agree with. It's just like, okay, whatever. But some of the things she talks about, it lines up to a lot of the events that happened as hip hop evolved. And I want to challenge my naughty crew to really think about what she's saying and look at who's at the top, controlling the purse strings of the industry. Even down to this whole Tory Lanez situation, Jaguar Wright believes that it was a setup.
Really?
Yeah, she believes it was a setup so that Megan can get out of her contract. She ran down the train of events from Takeoff's unaliving, right? Megan Thee Stallion, her trying to get out this contract. You know she's due in court with label this month.
Oh.
And she wants to be with Rock Nation. But she's in this bad 360 deal with the label. And the label she's signed to is Jay Prince, the family that's involved with Takeoff's unaliving.
Take that back a step. Rock, is that what Daddy Pimp was yelling about when he was talking about Jay-Z?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
okay. So that either means that there was somebody else in the car, or that Tory and Kelsey worked for the other people in order for it to all be part of the kibosh. So I don't know. That's a little convoluted.
It's a lot of convoluted.
Even if that is the case, then how did Tory and Kelsey decide to be the ones with the gun residue, the GSR on them, if it's such a big setup? How did the Ring cameras and the other people see what they saw in the middle of a random street in LA if it's such a big setup? And then why is he the scapegoat? Why is Tory the scapegoat if it's a setup about RN, Rock Nation, or about a contract? That's not a clean rabbit hole. That's not a clean rabbit hole.
It's not a clean rabbit hole. Also, Naughty Crew, I believe Tory did it. Like, period. That's my thoughts, my own logic.
Yeah, me too.
I believe Tory did it. But what Jaguar is alluding to is like there were some chess pieces put in place for this all to happen. And she's alluding to, and these are Jaguar's words, that Megan wants to get out of her contract that bad. And Jay-Z has a stake in Houston and things like that. You guys have to go to the recording, see her break it down. Like I said, some of the stuff she says, I'm like, okay, that aligns. And then other things is just like, like this. So in cases like this, I'm just looking at the facts. He's been convicted. There's evidence all over the place. I mean, they just released pictures of Kelsey's bruises and everything like that. Shout out to Nick at Night for dropping the footage. So, like, I don't deny evidence.
Isn't that crazy though? I totally thought that Nick at Night evidence was gonna make it so Megan could have a night of rest, at least one night. And instead, the people are still like, Megan set Kelsey up, Megan this, Megan that. I'm like, oh my gosh. She was crying. She was upset. He said sorry multiple times. Kelsey had texted the driver. Even in that tape, he's like, where's the driver? He was even concerned about where's the driver. You know what I mean? Like, it's just,
Now, the facts are there. He did it. Whether Rock Nation is behind it, that remains to be seen. But Tokyo Tony and Jaguar are planning on reaching out to Tory Lanez's dad to try to set up an interview.
What does feds mean? The JJ is our power. Is she talking about
Wait,
the JJ?
clarify,
Oh, the BJJ. Yeah. Okay. I thought so. I was just like, oh, is that a new word for it?
The BJJ.
I'm trying to stay up on all the latest lingo, you know.
Oh no, Nika and Naya, she threw it back. Cootie cat. Like when she said that, I said, "Oh my god!" I heard that.
Oh my gosh, that's what grandma used to call them.
Yeah, cootie cat.
Pocketbooks. Cootie cats and pocketbooks.
Exactly. Oh, so I have this story up, you guys. I wanted to see what you guys thought because, you know, my melanated sisters on this panel, they are very educated. And I know they're going to give us some good thoughts on this. But starting, which was yesterday when I got this story, half of American states can legally have a concealed papal in public without a papal license or training as long as you aren't a felon. I think this is a recipe for disaster. But I'm gonna let you ladies sound off.
Okay. I would love to start with, I hope they let the police know because they love to unalive us talking about we thought you had a pow, but if I'm legally allowed to have a pow, now what, Mr. Ossifer? I think we're going to have some clear understanding on what these police officers can feel. What do they always say? They feel they were threatened. Their lives were threatened. But it's a law that in half of the American states, I have a right to walk around with something that you can feel threatened with. It's not, what is it? Or what is it? Open day? Is it open season on us again? Is this a trick? Is this a trick, y'all? Is this a trick?
I don't know. I think up in Chicago, they basically, it's like a purge up there. Like the police announced, like, we are no longer coming to your rescue. If you have a home invader, it is your job to deal with.
Because of this specific law, because is Chicago one of the states that's doing it?
I don't know. This happened prior to this law where they came out with that. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a setup. You know, this doesn't help that 13-year-old boy that was walking home and the guy got out of his truck, powed him, unalived him, got back in his truck and isn't even up on charges. And, you know, I don't know. There's going to need to be way, way, way more balance before you just let people get all willy-nilly with the pow. We can't just have, I mean, I want everybody to have their arms. Protect your family. We have a right. It's in the Constitution. But we see that our society isn't really equipped mentally in some cases where we can have these showing and have them on certain people. Even if they aren't a felon, those fools are still crazy or racist or something else. You know, and so I just feel like this is going to be a huge problem in the long run. But hey, yay rights.
Boo rights. First of all, in this day and age, the Second Amendment has been just so bastardized by the American public, and very specifically one portion of the public that the NRA really has fought for. It's a recipe for disaster. People look at the Second Amendment and say, oh, I have a right to bear arms. Bear arms was muskets back in the day. Now people think they need to be able to have AR-15s. And for what reason? These weapons of war. It's going to be a tragedy for especially Black people in our neighborhoods. We already have a gun problem, one of gun safety and regulation. We have people. I live in the Bronx. Do you know that in recent months, people are literally having shootouts in broad daylight? Because, you know, and these are the people who are not licensed to carry. So we want to add people who are licensed to carry. You know what? You cannot stop a bad guy with a gun if you're not behind them. And 10 times out of 10, you're not going to be behind them when they come with a gun. I think that it is, oh wow, it's unsafe. There's no safety involved. You don't need an AR-15 to go hunting. You don't need it to protect your home. There are countries in the world where arms are illegal. And guess what? People not getting shot up all the time.
Exactly. Like over in Europe, the police officers, they do not carry weapons.
Even when they don't carry guns. Yeah,
It's
it's a
sad.
problem.
I found the Illinois purge laws. So starting January of 2023, Illinois will be the first state to institute a purge law. This isn't quite like the purge in the movie, but can definitely be unsettling for those who reside in the state or visit frequently. Their law is a no cash bail law, meaning there will be no cash bail for 12 different offenses, even some violent offenses. This means these offenders will be back out in the public unless sufficient evidence is posted in 48 hours or less to prove they are a threat deserving to be locked away. So this falls under the Safety Act. So the law is called the Safety Act, and it stands for Safety, Accountability, Fairness, and Equity Today. And it's said to be one of the first steps and marks a substantial step towards dismantling systematic racism, which plagues our community, our states, our nations, and brings us closer to true safety, true fairness, and true justice. I don't know how this is going to be true safety.
It's just like bail reform here in New York. We have a bail reform law that the intention is good, but in practice it's failing us. I think it was mostly spurred by the incarceration for over a year. I forgot exactly how long, of Khalif Browder, who was a teen who was arrested for allegedly stealing a backpack. He could not afford to be bailed out, which is why he was incarcerated at Rikers Island, and he subsequently unalived himself. And the bail reform was set to address the wrongs of the system, because if you can commit a crime, if you can afford to pay bail, then you get out of jail. And so it was seen as being bail being more punitive than a reason to be sure you come back to court or whatever. And it's failed us miserably. We have people who've committed felonies hand over fist, or the shoplifter. Somebody I saw in the news last week, man was arrested 47 times for shoplifting again, and he got out. He didn't have any bail. He was able to come out of jail. We've had people who have been benefited from this bail reform. They've been let out of jail after being arrested for maybe even a petty crime, and then they commit the unliving of people. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That what you just
it's
read
spelled in New Jersey for sure. We have it in New Jersey. It's spelled. They let someone out on a DV charge, and he turned around and unalived the partner.
Right. It's ridiculous. Again, there's no measured response. Everything is so extreme. I favor measure.
So, like, if they're gonna do it, it should only be for non-violent offenses. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the Khalif Browder situation, a backpack. Really, you took years of that young man's life over a backpack.
Yeah.
And then we also have to look at who we're allowing to make the decisions on these charges. And I think New York also has the unfortunate problem of their court system is flooded. Okay, there's a backlog, and it's not enough people to. Gotcha. It's not enough people to like man the system. It's not enough people to run the system accordingly. And then you add the layer of corruption on top of everything, right?
I'll let you tell that.
The layer of corruption. Go ahead, Robin. I gotta plug up.
Okay, I was gonna say that it's so interesting that you can't. People who want to follow rules that are in place, they follow rules and they get lost in their sauce. But you have other folks, and this is not just in criminal activity, but in all different walks of life. You have these other people who skirt the law, don't follow the rules, and they get away with it. And
celebrities, celebrities.
I didn't hear you.
Celebrities do it all the time.
Politicians. Let me tell you, that dude. By the way, they call Donald Trump. Like I told you, I'm a Twitter head. I cannot tell you how long it took me to understand that when they said TFG, it meant the former guy, because I used to say that effing guy. I still say it in my head. But I mean, the offense is something as simple, not simple, as large as having those classified documents. You would be in jail, Naughty. That's a
Exactly.
lie. You'd be under the jail, Naughty. It wouldn't even be a question. How do you get away with that kind of stuff?
He has the money.
He really does hit, though. And that's the other thing. How
Well,
does he fake the funk like that?
He does fake the funk. And Barbara Walters called him out on it. Remember that interview? When she
Yes.
called him-
Mm-hmm. She said, but you're not rich.
How can you say you're a good businessman? Bankruptcy, okay?
Yes.
Tax evasion. Barbara
Yes.
Walters, she wasn't afraid to ask those hard questions. Rest in peace, Barbara Walters, okay?
Right?
But she was not afraid to ask those hard questions.
I love that you brought her up, because sometimes when we're in the moment and when we're experiencing something, some things are so monumental that you're like, oh my God, we have a Black president. But Barbara Walters was Barbara Walters, and the first big thing that I remember being newsworthy about her was the fact that she had the first $1 million contract in news. That was huge.
And she had to find her way through the manosphere of it all.
But the thing is, if you take, and I'm sure you have had an opportunity now with all the different retrospectives that have surfaced, some of the stuff I look back on, I didn't understand the gravity of some of her interviews. Everything from interviewing Fidel Castro. When I looked, I remember that she interviewed. I told you, punching the ARP card. When she interviews Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, what? And then how about the most recent? With her telling the Kardashians, "You don't do this, y'all ain't got no talent."
Yes. I have that clip, Robin. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. But she was fearless.
Very much so. Very much so. So I have I've always liked her. I have a different appreciation for her in her passing, because it was, she was been presented to me in a different package, in a whole package. And I just, good on her. Can I tell you who I thought about, though? This is very much an aside, but in the same realm. Her homegirls, cut buddies, were Judge Judy.
I love Judge Judy.
And Cindy Adams. And I keep wondering, what they're experiencing at this moment. They traveled together, they hung out. They were really, really tight. But we don't, of course, know about that. Yeah.
And I'm sad, like, she had to suffer with dementia and she chose to go through it alone. I think Whoopi Goldberg kind of was in touch with her and stuff like that. But I don't know. It just touched me that she chose to do that alone. But then again, it's just like, okay, it's Barbara.
Well, I don't know that she did it alone. I believe that she just decided to not be in the public eye. And I think that that's a difference. And she wasn't public facing. But, when they say she died surrounded by friends and family, that makes sense. I think that Brian Renfro was probably never far from her side. I know, yes. Why do I know this trivia? I don't know. Like, Brian Renfro was her hairdresser, the guy who he did her hair for years. When she was on The View, they walked to work together every day. They walked down and through Central Park. Anyway, so, I think that she has, those things, like I said, people like Judge Judy. I'm sure I believe, and I want to believe that was her village, in addition to her daughter. So I don't believe she died. It wasn't alone. She just was not in the public eye. And, she wanted to protect her image.
Exactly. Exactly. Here, guys, I have some clippings from Barbara Walters. Let's jump into it.
Nikki recently released a song. It's called Hell Yeah. It's about American Idol. And she says, I'm quick to check a bitch if she is out of line. Are you the bitch she's singing about? Don't know. Nikki. Mr. Kardashian, do you now doubt O.J. Simpson's innocence?
Barbara, if I were on the jury today on the civil trial, because of the reasonable doubt, I would vote not guilty.
That is not what I asked you. I asked you if you yourself doubt O.J. Simpson's innocence.
I have doubts.
I feel very uncomfortable asking this question when I'm sitting opposite you.
Come on. This
But
is
you
funny.
are a little overweight.
More than a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? I feel very uncomfortable. You don't really act. You don't sing. You don't dance. You don't have any, forgive me, any talent. You don't really.
I hope the general public understands how inherently honest the press in this country is.
As a member of the press, let me try to clear up some of the things which you say are untrue. My bankers and I worked out a terrific deal that allows me to come out stronger than ever. I see the deal as a great victory. Being on the verge of bankruptcy, being bailed out by the banks,
Well, you don't have to say on the
skating on thin ice and almost drowning, that's a businessman to be admired.
I hope the general.
So as you can see, she was a straight shooter.
Big time.
Straight shooter. And those are some of her classic interviews. But trust me, there's a trough of so many more. She touched people worldwide, Barbara Walters.
The Whitney Houston.
Thank you for your comment, Bernice. In New York, where I'm originally from, depending on the borough, you are arrested, you will get lost in the system. The Bronx is the worst because of their large backlog. Yes, I did hear that. Whoopi said it really hurt her that she did not recognize her on the last visit. Yes, I did hear that.
I didn't. Oh.
I think she's a little more friendlier than Judge Judy, Bernice. Judge Judy. She'll stick it.
You know what? I think that they're very similar. I mean, Judge Judy is a straight shooter. It's interesting. I remember, oh God, here I go. Two things. Number one is I have one of my store friends, is an attorney. And she said that well, if you watch Judge Judy on TV, she's much milder than she was in court. So my friend has gone before her in the court when she presided in she was in Queens. And then there was a 60 Minutes interview with her. And I remember it because she was like hard as hell on these people. She was like giving the attorneys timelines, telling them don't waste their time. Where do you think didn't you know you were coming here? She got on the system. She attacked the government officials for their job, how they operated, because she presided in family court. She went off on them with regularity. But then the softer side is she's such a family person. And here's another ridiculous thing I'm gonna tell you. One of her sons is my eye doctor.
What?
No way.
No way.
Like for your current eyeballs.
Right now.
Oh my gosh, how cool.
That is cool.
I didn't even know I knew his name was Shineland, but I swear I never connected it. And so I went to the local, the Pro Vision or whatever, the Metro Optics for my regular eye exam. And they said, you have this. I was like, I know I have that. Would you I was like, yeah, I see. I have a doctor. I said, I see doctor. His name is Dr. Oh my God, Steinfeld. And she was like, that's Judge Judy's son, right? I was like, are you serious? No, but let me tell you, as harsh as she is, he is the sweetest man. He runs the best practice. One time when I gone there and I started talking to him, he said, "Are you in human resources?" I said, "Why do you ask?" He's like, you sound like an HR." Because I was like, I was telling him I really enjoy coming here because it's so clear that there's, I probably use words like this. The employee satisfaction is palpable. They give good customer service. And I was telling him all those things like that. And it made me, anyway, he's a cool guy. He's patient. He's thorough. Judge Judy's son, my eye doctor.
Wow. Look at that. It's a small world, though. You never know, especially when you're in a tri-state area. You never know who you're going to run into. It's so small, but so big over in this area.
You know what? I would love, I know I do this. I play that whole geography thing. My friend Robin calls it, I call it Negro geography. She calls it Jewish geography. And for me, I know that there is, in my life, there's no such thing as 6 degrees of separation. It has typically been no more than 3 degrees that separates me from other people. Wow. It's so common in my experience that my girlfriend and this is what we do. I'll call her up and she'll go, "Hey, Auntie Robin," and then I'll go, "It's a small world after all." And so whenever we do that, that's because we have, that's because we run into somebody who knew somebody, or it was. When I tell you, it can get freaky. Yeah, I live for those moments, though. By the way, but when I say freaky,
it's a small world, guys. You never know who you're gonna cross paths with that knows someone else that knows someone else. Like a lot of people don't know, I graduated from Glen Ridge High School, which is the high school Tom Cruise graduated from. Or whatever. So he never came back. He never came back.
See, it's crazy. One of my favorite weird stories is I got a phone call one day from one of my sorors. And she says, she was a school principal at the time. She said, "I just had a meeting with some representatives from the Gates Foundation talking about doing some funding." I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And, I'm thinking that she's going to give me information about this project that she has. And she says, "You'll never guess who I met with." Now, of course, I don't know who she met with. I don't know anybody at the Gates Foundation. And she says, so she doesn't tell me immediately. And she built it up. She says, "So after the meeting, I say to the guy, 'I know somebody that you know.'" I was like, "Did you do that?" She's like, "Yes, I did." And he was like, "Really? Who?" And she's like, "Robin Moore." And he was like, "You know Robin Moore?" And it was crazy because I, to this day, do not understand how she connected the two of us, because he went to college. I went to college a year behind him. And I said, I wonder if I said his name once and she remembered it, because it's a distinct name. The last name is Scantlebury. But I was like, wow. And what's funny about that, I was like, "Oh, that's amazing." Literally the next day, my friend that I told you we say it's a small world, she called me to say, "Hey, I was just going through Grand Central Station. You'll never guess who I saw." Who? Joe Scantlebury.
It's just definitely a small world. That's why I don't believe in, I try not to burn bridges, okay? Because you never know when something might come up. And I just try to make sure any experience that I have with anyone, it's a positive experience. It doesn't go that way all the time. I'm human. People are human. There's different factors. But for the most part, I try to create good experience. So whether we become lifelong friends or not, when we cross paths again, we have that positive experience to reflect back on. So that's why it's
Today's
important.
lesson on that, Nadi, the lesson is also, it's not whether or not you have any particular experience with somebody in that moment. Also, when you are in public, you don't ever want to say anything that you don't want repeated. And you never use names that you don't want repeated, because trust and believe, I was out. Listen, I can tell you stories. I was out at lunch with these men when I was working as a lobbyist, and I think they were kind of like trying to talk about a woman that I knew, and they were using code language. Oh no. And I said, oh, Naughty Love. Yo, one of them, he slid under the table without he did.
That's right, Robin.
That's right.
Yeah.
And can I tell you a story? You never know who knows what. That is
Right.
the originality of this melting pot we call America, right? So I used to get my hair braided at this African salon, and I'm sitting there getting my hair braided, and you know how the ladies, they talk in their native tongue or whatever while they're working.
With the movie, the Nigerian movie playing in the background, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they were talking their native tongue or whatever, and the lady next to me understood their language, and they were talking about her, and she called them out like, this is what you need to know. You never know who knows what in America. You never know who knows what language, and the nerve of you to sit here. And she went off, okay? And that was just a lesson for me. Like, wow, you just never know who knows what in America.
That's
you never know where they're from or
Right.
anything like that. So be careful who you backbite on. They'll come back to bite you.
And I'll piggyback off that story. Just so when I was going to this creative writing course at UCLA, we would go out in the field and we would go to different restaurants and different, like, you know, little diners and coffee shops as a class, but we had a plan. We'd walk in separately, all find a separate corner, find a separate table, and then our project while we were in this UCLA creative writing class was to ear hustle and write down everything we could that we overheard. And then we could use real life overheard conversations as the basis and outline for creative writing projects. So definitely be careful what you say in public and what names you mention, because there might be a professional ear hustler taking notes at the next table.
I love that.
I love it.
I
love that project. I love that
We had
project.
so much fun. And you know who I caught ear hustling one time? It's very old. I'm gonna date myself, but there was this series on TV, and the guy, he was a comedian. He wrote comic strips, and then the guy who happened to unalive himself by accident with a stunt gun. Darn, in the like 80s, he was. Dad, you remember that guy? I can't remember. I'm going to Google it right now. But yeah, it was a full-on star was in there. And he was talking about like his experiences on set. But he was a star, and we were just normal people listening to everything, taking notes. It was so cool. It was so cool.
Exactly.
Let me find this. It was Lauren Michaels, I want to call him. But no, that's the guy for that.
Exactly. Those are both good stories, ladies. Like you never know who's listening, people. You have to be on guard because people are on a feed and frenzy to expose people. And that's why I try to be like an open book. There's certain things I keep personal and private.
Too close for comfort.
Exactly.
It was
I
called Too Close for Comfort. No, that was the name of the show. That's the name of the show.
Comfort.
Yes, that was the name of the show of the star that we ended up sitting next to.
Wow,
and
I remember
Ted Knight
that
was the star. He had like white hair. He
remember Ted Knight.
Yeah, but it was their quirky neighbor from downstairs. He came in with the one that played like he was a gay guy. Darn, I'm looking for his name. But yeah, that's the show. Too Close for Comfort, you guys.
I remember that show. Man, sitcoms used to be so good back in the day. Like reality TV has like basically diluted the TV world.
Ruined.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then for it to be called reality, but obviously scripted and narrated and and plotted together perfectly.
Exactly.
Oh, you never heard me say how I am. If I was a member, if I was probably an officer, or if I worked for the Writers Guild, that I would find a way to sue all of reality TV because it is morphed into pre-produced presentations that we know that the scenarios are scripted.
Right.
And I say that
Yeah, aren't they like, didn't they jump the picket line? Isn't that a union protected position?
Here, that's my point. So reality TV grew out of the writers' strike. Because there was a strike, this is when we got this crop of reality shows. And many of them, they often do start out more earnest and honest. But as people want to stay on TV and how they get this different response from their scenarios, they started plotting and planning. And part of plotting and planning is, when you're plotting and planning, you're writing.
You're
coming
writing
up
a
with
script.
concepts.
You just took somebody's job.
And so for me, I have said for years now, with how much reality TV has grown, is if I was in the Writers Guild, there would be an unfair labor practice that I would file against these reality shows. And I also say that I don't call. Thank you. And I'm a radical. And I also don't call them typically reality shows. I call them reality based, because very often the names are, parts of their lives are true. Their names, where they live, maybe certain things like that, their family structure. But outside of that, because it has morphed into what it has, I really call it reality TV.
And I think they created a whole nother beast, because now you have people competing to keep up with the Joneses. They're willing to go broke and mortgage their house just so they can have the best of everything. Thank you, James, for your comment. Kurz, I think this is to you. He said
Monroe. Yeah, Monroe. Yeah. Thank you, James.
Thank you, G-Mon, for TV isn't the same. It sure isn't. Not only is TV not the same, okay, friendships are not the same. Ladies, I'm going to pose this question, okay? You plan a girls' trip. You pay for an Airbnb for you and your girls to get together and have a fun-filled weekend. Would you be upset if the person that paid for the trip invited her man on the last day of stay to come hang out?
Did she pay for everything?
She paid for everything.
So you established that she invited me, she paid, it's the last day, and it's her man?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yay.
Long as I have coffee, good.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, I want to.
And by the last day, you're ready not to deal with your friends sometimes anyway.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying, we all adults here. We all adults here. Bernice said, "Hell no." G-Mon said no. Okay. All right. So that leads me to this next story, guys. That's trending. All right. Let's jump into it.
I'm recording this video for my safety because you're being real hostile. You was being hostile because your cousin is here. It is a girls' trip, and she keeps saying I brought, but I brought my man came to see me the last night at our Airbnb. What you mean you on my account? It was for you. They were his friends. They came. That's the problem. But she keeps saying she's not hostile. But you're hostile. Why can't my nigga be here on my last night? He's not bothering you. And this is what I mean by hostile. I came here with her cousin, and now she acting weird because she want an audience. But this supposed to be my friend. These supposed to be my friends. Really? Now she want to fight. Now she want to fight. I'm about to get the out of here. I can't wait. And it's glass everywhere. This shit weird as. And that's what she wanted, was an audience. And I only went live, honestly, because I just don't feel safe. She got our cousins here. First off, with your cousins, but you want to act weird. You knew my dude was going to be down here. So, of course, he was going to come. Mind you, we got our own rooms. You see what I'm saying? Why can't my man come to the Airbnb that I'm paying for? That's what I'm not understanding. And I just don't feel safe. I can't leave until tomorrow. And matter of fact, I'm about to call him to come pick me up because this shit weird as. I just want to go live right now because she acting real different. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay, she needs to make up her mind if she dare not. This is what she got to call her.
And I don't want to be recorded. But why are you so mad? I brought my. You know what? I'm not about to keep arguing with you. I'm about to have my man come pick me up. Stop following me, bro. And you supposed to be my friend, but you want to fight. I'm done. Like, no. I'm recording it, like I said. I'm recording this video live. Y'all tag whoever back at home that y'all know that's family to me right now. I'm going live and I'm gonna stay live while I text him to come get me. Cause it's just weird. The whole time she's mad because my man came to last night and he's not even here right now. Woo! And it's Airbnb in my name. Can you stop banging? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad?
So shout out to the North Carolina Beat for dropping this. But be careful who you call friends nowadays.
For real, for real. That's real talk. Oh, that's scary. That is triggering and scary. That I wonder, is that how Shanquella started? Was she like, "Ooh, let me hurry up and get out of here"? I wonder, is that how that poor girl that went to the slumber party with the other 8 ladies and came home never? I wonder, is that something that would happen there? Like, it's crazy. This lady's in danger, you guys. And her friend back there, her friend is either in love with her or in love with her man, because that's not an appropriate response for her dude coming to someplace that you're a guest at. That's not an appropriate response.
It's not, especially if you didn't pay for it, you know? And it just made me think of Shanquella Robinson's situation. Rest in peace, Shanquella. Hashtag justice for Shanquella. But this is how these situations erupt. I feel like the energy did not match. I don't understand why she was so aggressive about the situation. Apparently, she called people to the house, her family and friends. Who does that? Bernice, thank you for your comment. Seriously, is she involved with the man too? Exactly. She agrees with you, Curves.
Yeah, we won't know, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Bernice says you will not be invited to anything else. Friendship over.
I don't have a friend who would act like that to begin with. That's one thing. I do not understand at all. Even like the stuff that we see on the reality-based TV, how these women get together and act out. It is so foreign to me. I am so pleased to be able to say I've never had that kind of experience. I've never been in a friend group where people just lose it like that. That's so telling that maybe they were raised on these new reality TV shows because they believe that that's appropriate and acceptable behavior. And that's that's the only thing they know how to do to emote. But that, no, sir. Nope.
Exactly. G-Mom says, that is crazy. Why is she so mad? We have to be more careful. Seriously, people. The reason why I do this platform is to bring awareness to a lot of issues that press our community, especially. And people are not well after going through the Sea Girl. Okay, people are not well. People are unstable. And I say it's a testament, like, don't go away with friends. Seriously, at this point.
Yeah. You know, I was wondering I'm glad you brought up the C word about all this, because you know how like there's research that's showing that when you have C, there's a brain fog, something that happens, and you get depressed and you get like, you're not feeling like yourself. And then after you have it, I wonder if this is kind of like residual. A form of sea fog that's residual. You know what I mean? I don't know, but it's just too weird.
No, they're starting to do studies. Watch, Curse. Within this next year, you're going to start seeing studies based off of what we went through the Sea Girl and how much mental illness is out there that's undiagnosed. And that's why, like, people, you have to be careful who you engage with, because you don't know where a person's mindset is. You don't know what that person is going through. currently, and they just choose to snap. I mean, it's all over YouTube. You see it. You see different content creators. They be losing it. They be losing it over the simplest things. But
Yeah.
also I feel like, guys, like there's some people have like a sense of entitlement, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Like the nerve of her to try to regulate something that she paid for. I'm just at a loss for words, and I just feel like people are losing their ever loving mind. But be careful who you call friend, people. Be careful
For
who
real,
you
for real.
call friend. These
Do you
people
think she's
are.
in?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think she's in danger, Robin?
No.
You
I
think
think
her
that
friend is
they
just
are. I think they're just overly dramatic, and maybe she's got the camera out. Maybe she's hoping for a world star moment. Is that what it's
also
called?
thinking.
I don't know. You know what? Again, I have to be honest. I have difficulty not just understanding it, but I don't think I really want to understand it because I don't want to make that part of my own psyche as being something that people do, mostly because it's so foreign to my experience. And,
Right.
we don't have the same experiences in life, and I'm happy to say I don't have that one, and I don't know anyone like that. And it's
Oh, well, I'm
unlike
so glad.
it's unlike I'm gonna go on a girls' trip with people who act up. And my biggest girls' trip to be sorority conferences anyway. But no, no. Mm-mm.
I really
I'm
have.
trying to.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Is this fake? This lady seems genuinely upset. That lady in the back seems genuinely vexed. But this could be a fugazi, because isn't this kind of like that moment where wasn't there a reality show on the Real Housewives of Dubai? The Carolyn Stanberry invited Sergio
the
the
last
last
day.
day of the trip, and some of the
Mhm.
ladies had a hissy fit and blew a gasket, and some
Mhm.
of the ladies were like, "Oh, isn't this great?" But nobody wanted to fight, and it was like very similar to this. So it could be a whole hoax. I don't know, but she seemed. Where's the dude? Maybe I need a follow-up video with the actual dude to
And
see.
I just want to point out two factors. Number one, if you're really in that much danger, once you get into the bathroom and lock the door, call the police. Okay.
Mhm.
Calling your man over is just going to escalate the situation. And this is how people get unalive behind silly situations like this that can be resolved accordingly. And if you felt like you were in that much of a danger, put the phone down and call the cops to defuse the situation.
Right. Yeah.
So those are the
So
main factors that I saw in this. Like calling your man is just going to escalate the situation because she already done called her people right there. That's a violation.
That's a huge violation.
Yeah, exactly. From that, as soon as she had her people come over, I would have been on the phone like, I got trespassers in my Airbnb.
Yeah. Did you guys know that Melody Holt has a movie out the same way that Candace Dillard Bassett has a series out?
No.
Are you serious?
Yes, the series with Candace Dillard Bassett is called Hush, and it's so cute. It's on I even ordered the network. I got it for like $1.99 for 2 months. It's called the All Black Network. It's really cute. It had her and Erica Mena with some big time stars are in it. And then this movie that Melody Holt is in is, what's it called? Dollhouse, and it's on Tubi. And it's a hour 44-minute feature length film, and it's starring none other than Melody Shari.
All right, I'm gonna check it out because I have both of those on my Amazon Fire Stick. Tubi
And
and
it looks like we almost got a peek. We almost got a peek at her new man. Melody got a man.
I know she got a new man. Melody,
And
her
chocolate.
glow up is real.
Yeah.
Guys, Wait rule is real. All right. So go ahead.
I was gonna say you should. What is the name of it again on the Tubi network?
It's called Dollhouse.
Dollhouse. Okay.
Robin, are you on the Instagram? Do we already have this conversation?
I am.
You
I
tweet
want.
more.
Huh?
You tweet more than IG. That's what you said, right?
I'm a Twitter fiend.
Yeah,
I
I
have
don't do Twitter, else I would send this to you.
the truthful joke I make about myself is that for almost every social media platform, going back as far as MySpace, I always got a account. I can tell you that I've never used the MySpace account. I had my Instagram for I don't know how many years. And the first time I used it was when my godson got married because he was on, they have their little hashtag for the Instagram. And that was in 2019. I did my first, what you call it, DM on Instagram about 2 or 3 weeks ago with Sebastian. And wait, I have them all. I got TikTok. The only people I follow on TikTok are Kempire and Knotty. I think I follow you too, Curves. I think it's
Right
not, I
on.
don't have 5 people.
Well, I had two. I had the Andersons with 2 Z's, and I have a larger Curves too, but the Andersons with 2 Z's is where all my good stuff was.
Okay, but yeah. So Aunt Robin has a Instagram and the Facebook, but I don't do Facebook, right? Besides, I believe
because some of the stuff that me and Naughty are looking at, like we could shoot it to you and then you could see it too.
Okay.
Did you see what I just sent you, Naughty?
And where'd you
About
send it? On the
Boosie?
Instagram?
I sent it in our Instagram. It's about Boosie. He's always talking. Somebody should get some serious Gorilla Glue tape stuff for him sometimes. But because listen to what he just said. I don't know if she's gonna play it. He's crazy, y'all. He crazy. He has a PSA for the people that want to use stuff. Yeah, here he goes. Look. We can't hear you. You're in the mute.
Not are you with us?
No. If you're gonna be an addict, you might need to go back to crack. Crackheads live longer than anybody. You still see them around. That fentanyl shit is way stronger. If you can't shake it, go back to crack. You're gonna be funnier. You're gonna live longer. Food for thought.
Ooh, what's he on?
People dying in 2022 fucking with fentanyl. If you're gonna be an addict, you might need to go back to crack. Crackheads live longer than anybody. You still see them around. That fentanyl shit is way stronger. If you can't shake it, go back to crack. You're gonna be funnier. You're gonna live longer. Food for thought.
It looks like is he
People
dozing while he's saying this? Is he like dozing off right now?
Absolutely is.
Did he try it and now he's like, oh no, I can't even keep my eyes open. Y'all, we need to go back to sleep. He crazy.
I think that's a combination of alcohol and marijuana.
Oh, that doesn't look fun.
It doesn't. But like, how are you? He said this in response to the 3-6 Mafia rapper.
Oh, was that fentanyl?
Yeah, there's a legend that it was an overdose. Yeah.
Oh,
that's Gangsta Boo from 3-6 Mafia. She passed away at 43. All right. And they found her on like a porch. This Fenty crisis is, we've lost way too many people. I actually know someone personally that was affected by it. It's my cousin's best friend. She moved down south and she liked to dib and dab in the oral situation and ingested Fenty. It is a real bad problem. And that's why you should not buy drugs off the streets. You don't know what you're getting. And a lot of it comes from the black web. You got fake pharmacy people putting things together. They don't really care how you're affected. They're just trying to make the money. They're just trying to make the money because it's always going to be another fiend to replace
Crackhead.
you.
Yep. There'll always be another fiend.
So you know the drug game has gone down the drain where they don't even care about the fiends returning.
Yeah. That never makes sense to me. Wow.
But it's sad that she had to lose her life so young. But it doesn't pay, guys, to be out on the streets buying drugs. Seriously. Even with it's in marijuana, whether you want to know it, it's in it. So that's why you should go to a dispensary where it's regulated. Oh, where do you live, Gma 4? She said it's really bad where she lives.
That is so crazy. Oh, look, I got you. I think I added you.
Yeah, no, he said this in response to rapper Gangsta Boo passing away. Rest in peace. Condolences to her family. It's really sad. But we're losing a lot of our artists so young because of this Fenty epidemic. It's sad. And I don't know if I can find it, I'll share it with you guys. But it was just an officer. They had to down in Florida. They had to narc her because she was doing a search and got exposed to Fenty. And thank God her partner was on point because Fenty takes you out like this. You breathe it in, you're gone. You know, but
no way.
God,
So how is it that
they had to give her?
I don't even really know. So is that for a painkiller? Like, why would people even? Why did the doctor give it to people for pain?
Yeah, that's the main. Put it like this: Fenty is the highest level. It's above perks. It's even above what's the other one? I can't think of it. Morph. Yeah. It's higher than all of those. So you got people who are addicted chasing that ultimate high.
Yeah.
So now it's going, oh, yes. G-Mom, Oklahoma is all the hook.
Oh, my gosh.
They stay on the first 48, okay? And they're ruthless out in Oklahoma. They're also racist, too, but we ain't going to get into all that. But that's a story for another day.
I don't know that it's a real big thing out here. I'll have to keep my ear to the grindstone to see if it's like a thing out here in Northern California really bad. I'm sure it is, but I thought we still had like a lot of tweakers, you know, just like regular meth heads, Breaking Bads. we see Breaking Bad campers everywhere out here. We're like, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's really bad in New Jersey, especially after we went through this crisis together as a country. It really got bad. There's a documentary on HBO Max where they followed 3 fiends from the 80s, right, up into current when the panty hit or whatever. And they all managed to get clean, but when the panty hit, they all reverted back and relapsed, and all of them died of what they call hot shots in the street. Okay, and a hot shot is laced with the Fenty. But they followed their journey from back in the day when the drug epidemic exploded to current. They followed their journey with their children and how their families was affected. Ultimately, they all got clean and then relapsed because I know one of them, she relapsed because she wasn't able to get to her meetings. And she died just like that. But it's on HBO Max. Yeah. It's on
that is
HBO
so
Max.
sad.
Yeah.
Addiction is so scary, you guys. If you know anybody that's addicted, you know, just love them and try to lead them to the place where they can get the help they need, because there's not too many people that make it out without somebody caring.
It's true.
Exactly. And I have family that's in recovery. It's on my page, but my cousin told her story. up on my panel. But she was addicted to the hero. We'll call it the hero for for a good 20 plus years, and finally she got clean. But now she's on 10 years of sobriety. So it is possible, but she had to change people, places, and things. She had to relocate
Yeah.
to a whole nother state to really, really focus in on her sobriety. And it's constant work. It's something she's going to have to work at for the rest of her life. But she made it out on the other side of things. And now she is engaged and she's going to get married and things like that. So it is possible, but you have to do the work.
Yeah. Work is required because it was work being an addict, believe it or not.
Yep.
And just
Wow.
know that one thing about my cousin I can say is she stayed away from the family when she was out there because she cared about us enough, and she didn't want to like steal from us and stuff like that. So she stayed in the streets, and we would bump into, like, legit, I bumped into her like the day of my dad's funeral to let her know. That's how I had to tell her my dad was gone. You know, and he practically raised her. But she stayed away because she didn't want us to be affected. So I give her that much respect. Like, whatever she did in the street, she kept it in the street. She didn't bring it around the family. But not everyone has that good sense.
They don't.
Not everybody has those good sense. So thank you, Curtis, for sharing that with us. Bootsy always has something to say. I call him like the mayor of the industry, right? Anything that goes on, he's gonna always have something to say. Right. But I just find it ironic that he's talking about this and you high as a kite during it. Okay, like talk about being an oxymoron or what not to do.
Well, maybe he knows that nobody's gonna listen to him if he's sober, so he may as well show him. You gotta meet people. You gotta. That's the thing with when you're going out doing ministry. You got to meet people where they are.
Okay. She said, "Going out." I love that. That is funny.
I don't know. Bootsy is so outspoken. I'm just wondering, where's the music, Bootsy? Okay, you on the gram more than anything.
So lots of stuff. Look, I'm sending you a couple other things, Naughty.
Okay,
I know
cool.
we're keeping you long. Look, we're going into 3 hours for 2023 live with you this morning.
Nah, it's all good. Like, I dedicated this time to you guys. You know, whenever I'm off of work, Curse, I like to just spend some time with my naughty crew.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I just want to, give back to everyone who supports me.
Well, we love you. We love your content. We love when you bring us this new stuff and not just reality stuff. We love it. Although I do wish personally that you were making some salmon croquettes with some smell-o-vision going on.
I got you, Curse. Stuff is just so expensive. I have to wait till I go to. Ladies, I went to the supermarket and I had 2 bags of things. It wasn't very much, and it came out to $120.
No way.
When mayonnaise is almost $8. Okay, let's talk about the inflation.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
so
we can get
I'm
into
cleaning out my refrigerator. I'm like, it's about to be a new year. Your girl doesn't use a lot of mayonnaise. I need like a jar every 6 months. You keep it in the way back. It's a condiment. You can keep it for a long time, right? So I'm like, let me get my annual mayonnaise. I go to the store. I go to Safeway. I had to call the kids over. Mama didn't have her glasses on. I said, kids, does this say $7.99? They say, yeah, Mom. And I looked down on the bottom shelf and it said 30 ounces of a mayonnaise on the bottom shelf. I said, grab that, take this sticker. Let's go to the front and leave. Because the sticker was for $4.99 for 30 ounces. We get to the thing. And of course it rang up at $7.99 because I took the one from the $7.99 place, but I only took the sticker from the $4.99 place. And I said, does this match to the guy? Do you have any more of this in the back? Can I get a rain check? Something. They didn't have any more in the back. That man ended up, I said, but sir, $7.99 for some mayonnaise? You're going to have to take this off if I can't get a rain check. He said, I got you. The man did some numbers. He did some other things.
He said, you go ahead and take that. He said, I got you. I'll fix it when you leave. And I was like, but it's not on the receipt. He said, yeah, because I got you. You go ahead and take that and I'll fix it when you leave. So he ended up giving me the $7.99 mayonnaise because all the $4.99s were out because he too agreed that we shouldn't be paying $7.99 for that much mayonnaise. He was like, I got you. And just gave it to me because I was so mortified. I was dumbfounded. I was literally standing in the line like that. And he saw my puzzle. He was like, I got you.
You know
I was
what?
searching in the aisle, and orange juice is almost $7-8 too. So now, Curtis, I just go to Costco's and buy the big bag of oranges, and I squeeze my own orange juice.
Right. Yeah. Or remember the kind our grannies used to get, the concentrate that you just add water to? That I don't know how much those are running these days, but that we might need to just go get some pitchers, like in the old school days, and get those from concentrate, frozen ones for, you know what I mean, for like $2 maybe. And then
So I'm still not opposed to using Kool-Aid, guys. I still buy Kool-Aid.
1 pack of grape, 1 pack of lemonade. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I love me some Kool-Aid too. Listen, thank you for reminding me. I got to call the ShopRite. So my mother used to call me Al Cheapo, and I'm not cheap. It's just that there's some things that don't sit right with me.
Right.
I told you about my unfortunate situation with my vehicle, right, the other day. So that means I'm not driving right now. So I ordered my groceries from the ShopRite, and I got 2 ShopRite issues. So I actually am peeved because we get charged for the bags. Why do I have 1 bag that had 3 Chobani yogurts? I got charged for a bag that they put 3 yogurts in that they should have put with my celery. I got my receipt right here. I can't stand. The other thing that's my first complaint. My second one is I like ShopRite. And I go up to Yonkers, even though there's a ShopRite, that's a newer ShopRite in my neighborhood. So the stores, one day I went there because I look at my little sale paper and I bought my stuff. And I was like, wait, there's something wrong. Why are the prices different? I'm like, it's the same company. I want to buy me a gallon of water. It costs me $1.19 for the gallon at the ShopRite in Yonkers, but the one over here, it cost me $1.69.
No, really?
About it.
Yes, because they're privately owned.
Yeah, so that's what I was like, oh, this is a family-owned store versus a corporate store. But it doesn't make sense if it's a ShopRite brand item. I can understand sort of, not really. Like when the Tropicana orange juice that y'all talking about is on sale, it'd be like it's $3.50 for the bottle at in Tuckahoe. So they give you that 2 for whatever, right? So it's 2 for $7. But over here in my neighborhood, it's 2 for $9. Oh, I bet you all the time. Listen, I live in the hood. I was like, when they had the Stop and Shop, it was something like that up here near me. I was like, how am I gonna be in the hood and have to pay more than 99 cents for a bottle of hot sauce?
It's everything is just out of control, Robin. And I'm finding myself I'm going back old school the way my father is the one that taught me how to like shop and stuff like that at the supermarket, and taught me a lot of my cooking skills or whatever. But we used to like surf through the circulars, and he would find all the sales and make his list based off of that. And we would have to go to 3-4 stores. That's what I'm finding myself doing. Like I got my dollar store list, right? Because I know I can go to the dollar store to get certain things to save a little money. And then I'm surfing the circulars to see who has what on sale. But I want to farm. I told my man, I said, I want to farm. I want to grow my own stuff. I think that is the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Oh, James dropped down a thought. See, I don't know if you guys have C-Town supermarkets. I know we do in New Jersey. I do go to these smaller supermarkets for like my meat, James. Like Super Fresh and things. Those are like the Spanish and Caribbean supermarkets in New Jersey. I tend to find like my cuts of meat to be cheaper at those places as opposed to the supermarket. Because
Yes.
you know, I have a family. Like those little small packs of meats, they're not gonna cut it for me. They're not gonna, and I refuse to buy wing flings out of the supermarket. They give you a little bit and charge you like $13. So I only get chicken wings from Costco's, you guys. You get the big bag. It's like, I want to say it's like $25 for the big bag of wing flings, and it's filled to the top, and you get a nice sized portion. Because we're foodies in my house. We're looking at the wings like, are those the right size?
Right. Were those from a pigeon or a chicken?
Exactly. But inflation is crazy, you guys. Like things are sky high. So drop down into my comments, guys. Let me know what you guys are doing to save money on food. And I'm not opposed to buying food stamps off somebody. I'll say it, okay? If it'll save me a little money.
For us in California, I know, like for us, we're on a budget too. I go to Costco for paper towels and toilet tissue. Like I feel like that's a great deal. And even that, since the Demi went from like $14.99 to now it's $19.99, you guys, for their big thing. So it went up $5 in 2 years. And then but that's the best price for the most paper products. And then for dairy, we have this thing called canned fruit. Do you guys have Grocery Outlet out there?
No.
We have a store called Grocery Outlet. And so that is an excellent, it has everything it has in any of the other stores, but at a discount. But because like the labels were wrong or something, but everything is like, still fresh and everything. And so we do a lot of the bulk of the shopping there, because like you can come out with bacon for about sometimes like $6.99 for a pound if you find it. Whereas like if I try to shop for my dad online, the bacon was like $9.99 a pound. So
I
it's
found
really
Costco
good.
has the best deal for the bacon.
Yeah, the bacon, I always get the 4 packs. For out here it's up to $18.99. How much is yours?
It's about that. I get the turkey bacon.
Yeah, so ours is comparable. But like our gas is what's high out here. How much is your guys' gas?
It got a little lower.
Yeah. I filled up my SUV for $40 the other day.
Oh yeah, so
it got a little lower because I put 20 in my tank last night, and it got me to a half a tank.
We're paying $4.89 right now for gas.
Yeah, we're under $4 here. $3.
Yeah, we haven't been under $4 since I can't even think of a year.
Yes, gas has always been high in California.
Yeah. And it's so weird because I like live in our community. We have like 2 refineries. So I'm always baffled at like, how am I paying out of state prices, imported prices, when you guys just made it around the corner? Like I never understand that.
Exactly. Exactly. So I don't get it either, but everything is just so high. Thank God I'm not affected by the gas as much because I work from home. So I don't really do that much driving. Most of my driving is on the weekends when I'm off or whatever. So like I fill up my car and it lasts me like over a week and a half or so. Give or take.
I rarely do any real shopping at Safeways, just because everything went up so high. Like we just only, like I said, like I went in there for that mayonnaise and came right out, and I was like, see, that's why I don't go there. Like I'm not trying to go to a regular old Safeway. Out here we have a store called Lucky's. You guys have Lucky's? Probably not. But Lucky's used to be a little cheaper than Safeway. But these prices, we got to find some ways to make it through 2023 if they're going to make everything $500 markup price.
And guys, don't be afraid to use food pantries. I know I'm not shy about it, but they're giving away stuff from like HelloFresh, whole meals.
Listen, last year I got on this program here in New York, and they brought me food 2 times a week. And and then somehow I got signed up. This is so exciting. I got signed up for this program called Groceries to Go. And I'm out of it now, but it was for a whole year. they gave me $110 a month. And the idea of the program is to support your local grocers. And so they have you have to order it through online, but you're able to order the food items from local vendors who are part of the program. And when they called me and told me that they were like, "Do you have health insurance?" I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Okay, the program's going to be ending for you." I don't understand the nexus, but when they told me that the program was ending for me and my money would disappear midnight on New Year's Eve,
yeah,
I had that point. I had a lot of money left over, about $500.
yeah.
I called my friends. I was like, "Listen, this is where I am." Listen, when I tell you I got a big meat delivery and some stuff that we may not use. I had my friend coming from Westchester. I ordered everything from turkey wings to chicken wings to goat meat to oxtails, lamb chops. Yeah, that was such a good program, and I'm very
I like
I'm
it.
I'm pretty careful, but it's a nationwide program. I learned actually. It's just
What
whether
was
or
the
not you
name of
adopt
it?
it.
Is it over now?
No, it's ongoing. So you have to see if your city participates. It's called Groceries to Go.
All right, groceries to go. I'm gonna put that
Mhm.
in the comments, you guys. Hold on.
And I had to order through a website called Mercato, Mercato. And Mercado is available, for it's commercially available. I just was lucky enough to get, swept up into the program.
Awesome. Any ways that anyone can share with how you're saving money on food, or if you know of any programs, we're all suffering, you guys. It doesn't matter what kind of income you have. Things are just sky high. It's overly inflated. Simple things that used to cost a few bucks, like mayonnaise, is now costing us practically $10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And listen, when we used to get, until this crap happened, like a good price for bacon on sale. I really like Stu Leonard is one of a local grocer. It's a chain, but it's still small. And their bacon is the best. And when it was on sale, it was $1.99. And you go and you buy it up. So now it's selling there for something like either $7 or $8.99 for a pound. No, it's about $8.99 because when they have it on sale, I think on sale it was something like $5.99. I clutch my pearls real hard.
Exactly. They're saying
it's
even
still
Walmart
moving?
is expensive.
Yeah, well, we lost our Walmart.
Really?
Yeah.
In New York?
Yeah, there was one we had a Walmart the one I used to go to. Wasn't there very long. It was in White Plains in Westchester. And I guess I hadn't been there for a few months, and I was talking to someone. I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Walmart," and they were like, "What Walmart you going to?" I was like, "Right there, White Plains." They're like, "It's gone." I was like, "It's what? It's gone." So yeah.
You say you're in the Bronx, right, Robin?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I used to get my hair done out there on East Gun Hill.
Okay.
Back in the day, okay, that's where I used to go get all my quick weaves from.
To
the Jamaican spot, and I used to get all my ginger shots and everything while I was sitting there all
ginger
day.
shots.
Exactly.
So, Robin, were you saying that the prices are higher near your house in a predominantly inundated area?
Let me tell you this. I am a soapbox queen. I will get on my soapbox. So until redistricting, I lived in what is known as the poorest congressional district in the nation. And I will curse all the time, be like, how in the hell, this is why people can't get ahead, because let me tell you how high the prices are. So there was a really bad traffic accident on the highway right near where I am. Yeah. And it was a fatality. So it meant all the streets were clogged up. And I needed some water. I just wanted some water. And I knew I couldn't get on the highway. So I said, you know what? Let me just go to the supermarket. And I was like, wait, don't go to the supermarket. You have some CVS extra bucks. Use your $4 in extra bucks and get you some water. Listen, I went into the CVS. Besides the fact they did not have a wide variety of spring water, I picked up a 1.5 liter bottle of Poland Spring. And so I go to use my extra bucks. You ready to tell me why I had to add a nickel? Do you know how big the 1.5 liter is?
I know. Why a nickel?
It's the tall, skinny bottle.
Not that big.
$4.05. That's why poor people stay poor.
Exactly.
And and let me tell you, when I go, because I go to the local supermarket sometimes because they get fresh bread from like the bakery, and I'll go in and get a roll every once in a while. And it always boggles my mind that people, and because again, I'm very cost conscious, I'm like, how you have a car and you come here and you getting like a trunk full of groceries, take 7 minutes and go a little bit north, and you're gonna save so much. It drives me crazy. It just drives me crazy. I feel so price gouged around here. I don't do it. I do not do it.
So do you normally have to drive outside of your area, right?
I choose to drive outside of my neighborhood. I choose to. I just
They make it hard for you to support the local businesses like that.
Right. And I'm like, you know what? At first I was trying to figure it out, but I said there is not that much P&L that there's not that much loss that you can build into the prices to justify that. I don't, because I've never seen people stealing around here, so I don't understand the prices. The real estate is not that high. I don't understand it. Your employees are not unionized. It don't make sense to me. So no, they don't
really feel like all that stimulus money they gave away to everyone and the PPP loans. I think they're trying to use the cost of things to regain or recoup that money they put out, because we really didn't have it to begin with.
I don't. That line of reasoning doesn't settle with me, because the government can just make more money, and I don't know. We run in a deficit. Here I go. We run a deficit. We're running a major deficit anyway. And then they'll call into question how we fund so many different things, other nations outside of ourselves. So I think that the support justification, if that's ever offered, that's just me.
No. I honestly respect your position or whatever. But it's just like, why? No one can tell me why these prices are just going up. Why? No one's saying anything.
Greed. Because we've seen this. It's probably conversation now for many years when we talk about just stuff like CEO pay today versus what it was 40 years ago. How far salaries have climbed for people in executive positions, and how they have outpaced the people who are actually like doing the work, who are earning the money for you and your company.
Yeah. Bernice says
gas at $2.98.
Yeah, Bernice says in Fort Lauderdale, gas is $2.98.
I don't understand what that shock in your voice is from. I said we up here paying $4.89 plus.
No, I'm shocked because I want her. Can you mail me some gas? Bernice Biggs.
Oh, the shock is that it's so low. Yeah, mail us all some gas. You can fax it to me. I got a fax number.
Ship us some, Bernice, please. We need some relief. I dropped the link just in case anybody else wants to come up on the panel. You all are more than welcome to come up and sound off on whatever issue you want to bring up. We can dig in. I don't mind. I'm open. Okay. This is a story that I shared with Curves, and Curves, I got to look in my messages to see what you sent, but I wanted to get you guys' opinions on this. Let's jump into it. Shout out to Vicky Dillard for dropping this footage. and bringing it to our attention.
As we go across that sheet, they keep expanding the groups now that anything, everybody, gays and midgets, humpbacks, anybody, one-eyed people, people with peg legs, people now on Social Security, white people now classified as socially disadvantaged so they can be equal to black folk. And now white students can go over to the United Negro College Fund and get grants, free education grants from a black funding corporation that blacks can't get. If blacks go to most of these big corporations now, they won't give anything to blacks, saying that's preferential treatment. But whites can now leave in this country, leave the white universities, go over to black universities and ask for, I need $150,000, $200,000 to go. I want to go to a black school and get free education, and blacks can't get it. As we go across that sheet, they keep expanding the groups now that anything, everybody, gays and midgets, humpbacks, anybody, one-eyed people, people with peg legs, people now on Social Security, white people now classified as socially disadvantaged so they can be equal to black folk. And now white students can go over to the United Negro College Fund and get.
Let me know what your thoughts are.
He sounds problematic to me. He would be better served if his comment was absent the slurs, if it had some other bits that were more factual. What is it? Peg legs and humpbacks? What's wrong with him? Really? And the truth of the matter is, you know what? There is the statistics tell us that there's an increase in the people who are non-black who are attending our HBCUs and actually helping some of them stay afloat with their tuition.
That's exactly the angle I thought of it when I saw this article, Robin, because the HBCUs are struggling financially to stay afloat. So I just feel like, I don't know, I don't want to say they were forced, but they were forced into this position.
Well, here's the thing. What people aren't clear about is this. And think about what you just said. HBCUs were founded because we could not attend predominantly white institutions.
Absolutely,
for the most part. The reverse never existed. The HBCUs have been in existence, but it was never said that you can't come here if you're not black.
Okay.
Right. True. However, if you, my son went to Texas A&M, where that's one of the richest universities there is.
Yes, it is.
We do not, when we have money, we do not go back and make sure we're good.
You're 100%.
My grandson
100%.
graduated from Morehouse. That is the most horrible rundown college. Why are they not?
Okay, Bernice, we can't hear you, but I think that what you're talking about is among the things that are problematic for HBCUs is the fact that especially not just other entities, but alumni don't support their institutions. You will have alumni, they will show up and show out for homecoming. They will wear the paraphernalia. They will go to the game. They'll spend that money on a hotel. They'll spend the money in the restaurants over that homecoming weekend and not give a dime to the institution to help it. And
well, if they're giving money, where is the money? Is my thing. Where is the money? Because I've known personally some people that have given large endowments to some of these colleges, and they have not done anything with it.
Have the endowments been earmarked?
I can't say.
So that's an important distinction, because if you want to be clear about where that money goes and how it's spent, someone making the anybody who's contributing should earmark it for something specific. If not, that money can go into any pot, to any budget line.
It seems like they're doing the same thing with the churches. It's the building fund, which the building has never been built.
That's now you're gonna make me call my friend and ask them what's going on with that Grace Baptist Church up there in Mount Vernon.
I'm serious. Now I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I get it too. I did. You just reminded me of. I'm in New York, so this really prominent church in Mount Vernon. It's already lovely, they have been on a campaign to raise money for the new church they want to build, and it made me laugh because I remember that they had this thing where they had their members like they said if you go to work. Instead of buying lunch, put that money in the envelope for the building fund. Take your lunch from home, and the people were having all these sacrifices. And you just reminded me that I wonder what's going on with that new church building.
It's ridiculous, Versus when my grandson, he graduated in May of last year. He was on the football team for Morehouse. They didn't even have the uniforms didn't even have their names on it. So we're watching the games. Which one is my grandson? He doesn't have a name on his jersey. And they're playing another school, and they got beautiful uniforms. Their names are on the jersey. I don't get it.
In addition to what I said, there's also a matter of federal funding. Until actually the Biden administration is responsible for increasing the funding to HBCUs. We have some that are actually state schools that are supposed to be in large part supported by the state government, and they have failed to appropriately and by their own standard of I forgot what it's called, but they haven't been putting up the money that they've needed to do. So that is also a matter of why there's such a disinvestment. But I will say, in my opinion, what has happened over the last few years, I think that having Vice President Kamala Harris has brought different attention to HBCUs, and that has been a bonus. You have what was it, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Robert Smith, when he paid the tuition bill for the men at Morehouse, that brought a different kind of attention. It got other people to make similar donations. Even something that, like you talk about football, Deion Sanders, when he was at Jackson State, not only did he donate half of his salary to help to upgrade the practice facility and field, he also got contributions from corporate and also additional just pledges to fund at least that program. So that also he brought a different eyes to that and more money. And some of it is in the marketing, but I think most of it is really in the fact that we just don't have that relationship globally where we give back to our institutions. Now, I have a friend. It is one of my girlfriends. Every year she would give money. She would send a contribution to Morehouse from the time her son was born. And she said, just in case he ever wants to go here. And I swear, he ended up not going there. But, so some people have just a very different sense. We have some places like I will probably never give money to my university because they're rich and got a lot of endowments. Something that doesn't exist in the HBCUs.
And absolutely. A lot of, people are diehard, with these big institutions. And they make sure that those students have everything they need or want.
Well, you know what that's a product of. Sometimes people want to just be with a winner or an already proven winner. Just they jump on the bandwagon and ride the coattail. And I think that's a lot of it. I mean, Harvard has such a enormous endowment that I think they're not charging tuition.
Yeah, right. But I grew up in New York City, in Brooklyn. I never wanted to go to a HBCU because when I went down in the South and everywhere. I'm like, hell nah. You know, the way things looked, the look, and the way, you know, people were acting. Because, you know, I was like born in the 50s, so different little things are like, nah, this ain't gonna work for me. So I went to Kingsborough Community College.
Okay.
Which at that time I didn't pay tuition. And then I transferred to Florida to Broward Community College.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have, you know, like some people have the, you know, student loan debt. My nephew will never, ever get out of debt. He owes like $250,000 for law school. Also, my husband, I saw a bill come. The man has been dead since 2011. Saw a bill for him because he went to Thurgood Marshall. He owed so much money. I just can't. I can't fathom paying. You know, having to go through life. You have to pay for these things, and they, you know, it's just not fair.
And there's no good return on that investment. You know, I wrongly predicted the collapse of the higher education system. I'm still waiting for it because it's become so unmanageable just having how much people have to pay. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I think that what happened is the tuitions rose so high and so quickly because when the bank started giving out those loans for student loans, and there was no cap on it. The schools were like, oh yeah, we can squeeze, you know, another $1,000, another $1,000. And I think that's just what happened. I think
they sucked them in.
Listen, my first semester, my tuition was $770. I went to an Ivy League school. $770.
Yep.
Now that same education I got, that probably cost me total with room and board and books and travel, that cost me probably $20,000 tops.
Well,
it costs about $35,000-$40,000 a year.
My little associate's degree only cost me $937.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was just for a uniform.
See, and you know what though? Even today, I feel like people sleep on our community colleges, especially in New York.
It's the same thing. You get the same education.
Well, yeah, not just that it's the same. I have there's a woman that is actually one of my sorority sisters, and I actually have I have no real respect for her because I think she's a liar. No, she is a liar. So I found out that somebody else told me that she was a year behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And in college, I was like, I don't know her. I've never seen her. And you know, all the Black people, we know each other. So I said to her, I said, oh, so I heard that you went to Cornell. I said, what year were you? She told me what year. And I was like, it didn't compute for me. And I asked all my friends if they knew her. No. Mm-hmm. And she said, yeah. She said, I went to Cornell for my bachelor's, and then I went to Cornell Medical School. And I was like, okay. But the part that she left out that is impressive to me is that she got her associate's degree first from Bronx Community College. I'd be bragging about that.
Yes.
That first, not only I brag about that, I brag about how smart I am. I brag about how good the community college was.
As you should. Community college is good, guys. I mean, it's less expensive.
Love.
Listen, I've thought about going to
my oldest daughter. We put her in the county.
Are you breaking up on us, Knotty?
I'm so crazy.
Don't sleep on the community colleges, guys. Like
not sleep.
Yeah,
they're excellent. I love, and you guys can get the same type of education that you can at a 4-year for much less money spent, usually closer to home. And like community colleges out here in California are excellent. We have some of the best.
There are in New Jersey too.
You know,
New Jersey,
and you don't even have to break yourself. Yeah, I'm so cheap, you guys. I like the most expensive thing in the store, but I don't like to spend all my money on it. So like, I think that you should save your money on education and save your money on your wedding. Do not spend $50 million on a wedding. Put that money into the side because that's
down payment on that house.
Or find a corporation. Find a
That's one of
corporation
the
that'll
top
pay
3
for you
reasons for divorce
to go to
is
school.
because of money problems. So why start off in the hole? Save your money, do something cute and small, and don't start off like that. Same with school. Save your money, go get quality education someplace. Don't go for the name brands, you guys. And don't go. Yeah, that's my input.
Everybody can't be a athlete. Everybody can't, get a scholarship.
Right.
It's
Take
so
your
true.
time.
You have to be smart financially, guys, because a lot of systems are built to keep us in debt constantly. All right. And the education system is one of those things. It's just like credit, right? In order for you, it takes doctors almost until their 40s and 50s to pay off all their loans.
Longer than that now.
Some of them never pay off those loans.
Well, it shouldn't even take that long. Like in the meantime, they're saving lives. Can you imagine how much pressure would be relieved from our hypothalamus gland and allow us to engage in this life in a productive, creative way if we weren't under the constant struggle of making the next paycheck stretch further? It's by design, you guys. We got to look at it. It's a design.
My oncologist will never, ever, she will never pay off her loans as well because she has continuing education. She's always, because she's a specialist, she has to be up on things.
Right.
And it costs. Nothing's free.
It's true. I have a friend. She's a registered nurse. She just got her doctorate for nursing. She's been going to school from when she was like 19. She's still paying. She's still paying for that nursing degree. I mean, although she lives a nice, cushy life, but that's going to be a constant bill for her. So that's why you have to be strategic. I say go to college if there's something that you need to go to college for.
Right.
Like if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be a lawyer, something major where you need a degree to move along. But you really have to weigh your options.
Amen.
But you got to be smart about it. You got to be smart about it. Like I told my grandson, okay, if you want to get a back, continue on in business, go to a company where they offer to pay for your education.
Education.
One of those Fortune 500. My sister got her degrees through, I hate to say, American Express. They paid for that. She didn't pay a dime.
UPS is another company that pays for. One of my good girlfriends, she used UPS. She worked at UPS part-time.
That's right.
They paid for her college education, and she has degrees now. And so she stayed there for years.
I have to say that the worst thing I ever hear, and I challenge anytime a parent says, "Oh, I just want my child to graduate from high school and go to college." And I'm
college
like,
is not for everybody.
Well, first of all, I always wait for the rest. What do you want them to go to college for? And then that's the thing I've been preaching. College is not for everybody. It has changed.
And all of these degrees don't get you into the workforce.
I know people that are graduating college and they're not getting a job for years.
Exactly.
But that's the thing, that people are under misconception. Now, what you said combined with what Vernice said is exactly the right tact, in my opinion. College is not for everybody. It is also no longer a guarantee of employment. If you go to college, it only makes sense if you need the academic training to pursue a particular field. Other than that, understand, in my opinion, if you go away to college, it's a 4-year experiment. It's a 4-year test to see how you can make it. If you're leaving your mama's house and you're away at school, can you do the simple things 4 years in a row? And maybe you can do that out in the real world. Can you be sure you're up and dressed on time? Can you get yourself fed? Can you clean? Can you do your laundry? Even some of the tests, when you're taking classes, even the tests to me aren't necessarily always about that you retain knowledge or information. It's, can you just complete the task? Can you read this? And then can you answer this question about what you just read? That's what I believe.
But you know what?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of these states don't offer, like when I went to school in New York, you had these high schools. If you wanted to be a nurse, you went to Clara Barton High School, you became an
Or
LPN.
Julia Richmond.
Then you went into college. My brother went to Westinghouse because he was interested in being a dentist.
Mm-hmm.
My other cousin, she wanted to be an engineer. She went to Brooklyn Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Another cousin of mine took a commercial. We had 4 different kinds of diplomas at that time. So it was, she would work 1 week, and no, the Regents, you had to take all the, different courses. But she had the commercial diploma where she worked 1 week, went to school 1 week, and she worked at American Express, which she just retired from after 43 years.
Wow.
So they had schools, you didn't have to go to college. You would become what you wanted and then went to get a degree.
Mm-hmm.
You would jump to, like, if you graduated from Clara Barton, you were an LPN when you graduated from high school.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we have, Bernice. We have what you call trade schools.
That's what it was. Trades, different. They didn't give it that, but those high schools, that's what they were for.
Mm-hmm.
And you took a test to get in those high schools to see if you could make it.
Yeah, my uncle became an electrician off of trade school.
And they make money.
Lots.
Let's see, we had general, commercial, the regular, and the Regents diploma, where you took a Regents in every different course.
5 different subjects.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I took the Regents, which was the worst thing I could have done.
Really?
The worst, because I had to go to night school in order to graduate on time.
Really?
Yeah, 1975, I graduated from high school.
You had to go to night school, though?
Yes, if I wanted to, because I didn't pass the Regent for one of my classes in order to graduate, and it was Spanish. Imagine that. And I had to
have to tell you, I cheated on my Spanish Regents.
I did not.
I did.
I had to go to night school to make sure I got it in, because I was not going to repeat the 12th grade.
This is a confession. I'm in the clear now, but we were earlier talking about it being a small world.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had in college there was a guy named Julio, and his last name was very distinct, and I was like, wow, that's a very interesting name. I said, I've only ever heard it once before. It was a boy who was in my Spanish class, and his name was, I can't remember, William Castaigne. Mm-hmm. And the guy goes, oh, that's my brother.
That's classic.
Yeah. It's great. Anyway, so we're taking the Spanish Regents, and I don't know, he must have known there was something I didn't know, because I was sitting behind him, and all of a sudden, Brother Man, he put his paper up over his shoulder. And I was like, I needed that answer.
The trick, which I didn't know, which I learned later on when taking a board, is to answer everything, whether you knew it, because it used to be bubble in the answers. Now everything is by computer. After you got so many things wrong, they knock you out. But I bubbled everything until we get it right. Wow. And so I got to get enough right. If I bubble in every answer, I got to get enough right. Now you can't do that. You can't do that. Everything is by computer, and after so many wrong answers, they knock you out.
Technology has taken over, but what do you think? Like the younger generation now, they have figured out they do not need college. They figured out how to become millionaires without it. What do you think about that?
Man, I think it's great.
It is. And again, those things I mentioned earlier, as well as social skills, are really a lot of what college is. This guy called me because he was getting kicked out of school. He was on academic probation. And he's from Utica, New York. And he called me to tell me his woes one summer. He said, I got this letter. They said I can't go back. I have to What do I do? I'm the whisperer. I was like, he says, Robin, all I want to do is go back to school, get my degree, and come back. I want to work. And I said, well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but maybe you do need to take some time off. And I said, mostly because you're very short, you're short-sighted, and you don't realize what kinds of things you have experienced in college. I said, the town you're from, you didn't see a lot of people. You didn't have this diversity of people that you're around. I told him about all the different enrichments that he experienced. I said, I think that you should really take time to really recognize that. And then you can appreciate that that's what your degree entails. It's not only so you can graduate and get a job, because by the way, this is funny, Bernice, because I said, because you working at American Express isn't even what you're studying.
He worked at American Express?
Yes. It was a summertime. Huh?
On Bercy Street in Brooklyn? I mean in Manhattan?
In Lower Manhattan.
Wow, because I worked for American Express 37 years.
Hey, do you know Eleanor Kennedy?
Yes.
Okay. Small world.
I retired from American Express in 2015 because I had in 2008 I was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. So I couldn't do it anymore. So they said, we suggest you retire. I was there. The last project I was involved in was the Centurion card. So I left after that. But the world is small.
I say it all the time.
And that's why my grandma used to say, be careful how you act, because somebody else might tell what you did.
Exactly. And if you don't want anybody repeating anything, you need to keep privacy is becoming extinct these days. Okay, with social media and everything. There's no I grew up in an era what happens in this house stays in this house.
Stays in the house. And you better not tell nobody.
You better not tell nobody. And the stuff that
no matter what happened in the house, this is why now people are coming out and they have so many problems, because you were taught no matter what occurred or whatever happened to you, you must not take it and tell nobody.
And if you didn't want it talked about, you kept your mouth shut. I'm a firm believer. I mean, once you repeat it, just know that someone else is going to repeat it. And it may not be your version of things. Let's talk about the telephone game there.
Yeah.
So anything you don't want repeat, you really have to watch your behavior. And I think people are using social media as a therapist and to air their grievances. And it's taken away from people knowing how to communicate properly. And that's why I think you see so many people erupting, because they're used to going to social media where no one could really talk back. If you want to turn off the comments, you could turn off the comments. You can ignore it, right? But then when it comes to person, they don't have the skill set or the mindset to even have a rational conversation to work through things. Everything is on 10 ASAP. Hence the young lady that got upset because she invited her man the last day of the Airbnb that she paid for.
It sounds like an entanglement to me. It sounds like somebody was familiar to someone. Don't you think, Robin?
I think so.
All right.
Y'all have to be convinced.
It was more than that.
I think it was more than that. And that's what I think about when people go live, when there's conflict, it's very one-sided. We don't know what happened before.
I think what she did, and I don't appreciate what she did, she tried to make it, this is what I'm doing this because I don't want this to happen to me that happened to. That's not the same thing. I didn't see that. I'm seeing an entanglement here.
Because why is she so upset? Like, does she not like your man? Well,
something's not right there. There's more to it than what she was trying to show.
And that's what I'm so sick of, the subliminals, right? People dropping these little tidbits, but not really telling what it is. Tell us what it is.
Well, she was also creating her own narrative. Like, let me convince you this is what you're seeing, or this is what's happening.
Not what I saw. She couldn't convince me. I saw something else to that.
Go ahead, speak to your perspective, Bernice.
Yeah, I saw. I'm agreeing with Rob. I saw. There's an entanglement there. That guy was familiar to the both of them.
And why would she be so upset?
You said what? Why did she what?
I think we lost her. But I think she was saying
I'm right here. I'm right here. What? Husband came in the room. What?
No, they at Curves. They were giving their perspective about that young lady who went on live to expose her so-called friend being upset about inviting a guy. They were saying that it was an entanglement. Vernice was saying like she feels like there was an entanglement there. Like that young lady.
Yeah, she was very. That was my first thing I said, Vernice. I was like, did she do the best friend or did she do the best friend's man? Which one is it? Because that's giving all kind of juice vibes.
Okay, and if you pay, why not pay an extra day for you and your man to hang? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like, and they have their own room with the door. Like, leave her alone. Let her do her thing.
I think we lost Vernice.
Okay. Oh no, Vernice, I love all your guys' accents from my East Coast sisters. I love it. That's part of why I was just listening. I love all these accents. I'm trying.
I think that's hilarious. Accent.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I just enjoyed that. I enjoyed that I had a small world moment right in front of your face.
Yes. Look how we manifest that though, Robin, right? We were just talking about it. And
Listen, you play the geography, the Negro geography, done. Mm-hmm. The woman I asked about, I know she worked very many years, and I know that I don't remember exactly what she did, but I met her years ago. She's one of my source friends. Mom. Yeah.
That's amazing.
It is. It's amazing.
Yeah. And we have so many.
Guys, have you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Curbs.
No, you go. This is your channel, Naughty. By all means.
What do you guys? Did you hear about Lakeith Stanfield, the actor?
Oh yeah,
some baby.
Yeah. So he proposed to his girlfriend, and that produced a side chick coming out the woodworks, okay? Shout out to the Shade Room for dropping this footage. So Lakeith Stanfield proposes to his girlfriend one day before a woman claims he is the father of her child. So it says, yeah, I'm having the best birthday. My baby made me Mrs. Stanfield for my birthday. All right, so that's him proposing. Looks like a nice scene. All right, and here's baby mama.
Decided to leave being someone's secret family. Apollo Stanfield. Why doesn't he want to be with? Oh, Apollo is so cute.
Mm-hmm. He is adorable and looks
like
him too.
I think it's a girl.
She's
a girl.
She looks
well, why
really
would
young.
he do that? So is okay.
Let's
so it doesn't
look at how young
like
she looks.
She looks very young.
I just read this yesterday. She's like 3 months old.
No, we're talking about the baby's mom looks young too, right?
Oh.
Like how old is the baby's mom?
Look how young she is.
That's not okay. So if Lakeith has a baby with this lady and she thought that they were in a relationship, and then he goes and proposes to another lady while this lady has his month-old baby, that is very tacky, and no good will come from that other relationship. He needs to do right by this lady. This isn't, to me, this is different than Nick Cannon's situation. This lady literally feels to me like she's like, what happened? What do you mean you're going over there? You know,
blindsided.
Right. But when you're number 6, you're not blindsided. When you're number 11, you're not blindsided. But when you're number 1, you're blindsided.
You're blindsided. That's what I thought.
You know how I told y'all when you're in different circles, you see different things.
Yeah.
Or, but I saw this happen in my real life, except for there was no baby involved. And I told I was in politics, so I won't say any names or offices. But this one person who was
you give us a party affiliation?
I'm in New York. It's New York. That's easy. New York, Democrat. But anyway, so this one man, he was really out there. He was doing his thing. He went on the radio, and on the radio he announced that he had proposed to one woman, and the other woman was devastated because she was so certain that she was going to be getting that proposal.
Oh,
I know who that. Ooh, let me shut up.
Oh.
Do tell. Look, Curse. Do tell.
Tell. I'm in California. I don't know what happened.
Huh?
Somebody else guessed. Who is she talking about? Who's Robin talking about?
I'm not saying a word.
Oh, you won't be able to guess.
It seems like the underbelly of Hollywood weird in politics. Okay.
Look, I'm Googling New York politician who asked girlfriend to marry when he had a
definitely
wife.
is not going to be up
Baby.
It's not going to be in there.
This look, that was before the internet was big. Now it ain't there. But you know, it's so again, I think that it's situational. There's these stories in all different pockets. And it just happens. This just happened to come out. That's messed up though. That's a little baby.
Yeah.
But that, you know, that's terrible.
She's so
Miss
cute.
Bernice is back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Miss Bernice back. So we were, I don't know if you're familiar, Bernice, with actor Lakeith Stanfield. What did he play in? Was he in Black Panther?
Was it Spitzer? No. Was it Weiner? Was it Anthony Smiriotti? Look, I'm Googling stuff. He was in
Selma and straight out of Compton.
Oh, okay. Man.
Come on, Naughty Crew. Let me know if you know any other movies that he's in. He's in a lot of movies.
You need a private detective before you get involved with these people.
Exactly.
Right. And it's easy nowadays. Not like in the old days when people had answer machines and you would figure out their codes and stuff.
Oh, you sorry to bother you. I'm in one barrel. I'm in one barrel, you in the other. We'll never cross if we're on the train.
Right, exactly.
He was in Judas of the Black Messiah, Get Out.
Okay.
Death Note, Sorry to Bother You, Atlanta. He's been in a lot of stuff. The Photograph. He's quite the actor. He's 6'1".
Yeah, the photographer.
31
I
years
like
old. Born in California. Haunted House, Uncut Gems, Knives Out, Straight Outta Compton. He has quite the list. The Spider's Web, Dope, Book of Clarence, Foe, Purge Anarchy, The Candyman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Candyman.
16. Oh, Prince of Cats, War Machine, Jay-Z, Moonlight, Quest.
Damn.
He's got a long resume. He's got a long resume, which leads me to believe, why would he hide this precious little baby? And only thing I can see is that this girl is really, really well. We don't know how.
She looks real young.
She does. I'm sorry.
She looks very young. How old is this baby mama?
Wow.
She looks really young,
well,
you guys.
He's not very old himself, right?
He's 31. He's 31.
I'm trying to find her name, guys. The baby mama.
She looks like she might be 21.
I'm trying to remember what I saw it in yesterday. Would it have been on page 6?
Who, Lakeith's story?
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. And I was like, oh, look at the baby. And then I was like, why Apollo? What a weird name for a girl.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was a boy at first. Because Apollo,
it was
Apollo
page
is
6.
from Housewives of Atlanta. That's the first thing that
It
comes
was
to
page
mind.
6.
Yeah, I'm looking. The actor's 31. Her name is Tyler Hurd.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, her name is spelled weird.
Look at us.
These people are not safe having all these different affairs and stuff.
She's 24,
you can't be mixing everything in all these different pots.
She's 24.
Yeah.
She's 24, and he and it was on page 6, and she's 24. She just looks really young.
Yeah.
Good God.
Or maybe she was the side piece all along, and she just didn't know it.
Possibly.
But I just really would hate to see another young lady growing up without her dad involved. But I say, girl, take him to child support. I mean, that's what the law is for. Enforce it. Take him to child support and put visitation in place and things like that. Establish residential custody so that he'll have to pay you the maximum amount. All right, and he
Move to
can't claim
California. Move to California.
Yeah,
Get more.
that's all I can say. Come on down, you'll get half.
Exactly. Move to
Move to
California,
California.
honey.
Sorry.
That wasn't me, was it?
That was
No,
me.
that was
Sorry.
me.
It was both of us. That
No,
baby is adorable.
calling me. I don't know.
So she said the herd girl, she said she's not jealous. She said she was just like kind of shocked. Like, just to clear a few things up, I'm not jealous that he's engaged to a woman he's known for 5 months. I tried to meet the girl and everything, and she ignored me when I tried. What I'm upset about is that he's made more time to spend with this woman than he spent with Apollo her whole life, and has been actively ignoring me when I'm trying to figure things out for our child. And those clips of him and her together are all I have in general, because he barely sees her.
That is horrible. And shame on you, Lakeith. Like, even if you doubt that is your child, handle your business, sir.
Yeah. Find out so you can be for sure. Don't do the limbo thing. I don't even know if that baby mine or not. Well, find out. You got $5. Find out.
Right. And as a young lady, don't be messing with the other woman. She has nothing to do with
Nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
The blame goes on the man, ladies. The man.
Deal with him. Don't deal with her. Don't be calling her. Don't do nothing. Deal with him.
None of that fixes the situation at all. It just escalates things, okay?
That is, you know what? That's a very New York accent, Bernice.
Yeah. Well, I'm from Brooklyn. I can't get away from saying coffee or quarter.
Right.
People get on my accent on a regular basis because, you know, I talk on the phone a lot for work. And first thing are people like, what part of the East Coast are you from? A lot of people think I'm from New York. They say I got like a Bed-Stuy accent. I don't know, or whatever.
I just go through the tunnel.
Exactly. And the other point I want to make, everyone, to the young ladies out there, this is why marriage is important before you bring children into a situation. I just want to highlight, it's a protection for the child. And so when you make the choice to have a child outside of wedlock, you don't have any real protection for the child. But if she was married, she would have made out a lot better. We lost curves. Aw.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes marriage is not, well, listen to me to talk. For someone that's been married 3 times. Okay.
I've been married
twice. That's a listen, Nadia, you gotta have a story on how, you know, different, you know, like these. I can't even talk 3 times, and it doesn't matter if you're married or not. If they're going to do something, they do it. I had a friend who was married, and her man gets engaged to someone else while she's married to her. It don't matter.
Not all
they're gonna
marriages
go
are
rogue.
good.
They're gonna go rogue.
It's true. I mean, you can't keep no man that wants to be kept, right, Bernice? The bottom line, you cannot keep a man that does not want to be kept, and that's a whole nother topic for another day. Choosing your partner wisely.
Well, and that's the importance also of being chosen, because most of the times when you're chosen and not chasing, then it's a true connection. But when you're chasing and you force a connection and then you assume that you're the one because you chased and got there, then you're in shock when you ended up not being the chosen one. So be chosen.
Sometimes you don't want to be chose. Trust and believe.
Yeah, well, that's how you're moving. That's obviously moving, right?
I keep it moving. I'm telling you, because my divorce lawyer, I ended up marrying him, and that was the wrong move. God don't like ugly. All right.
That sounds like a series.
That sounds like a mini series for sure.
For sure.
Look, I have so many questions, but I don't want to be rude or intrusive. So okay.
So was
I
it?
know, because we're here like, okay, we're waiting
So
here.
the divorce attorney. So you didn't fall in love with him until after he helped you with the divorce, right?
Well, while I was going through it,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be truthful because karma sits on the right hand side of God.
Right. So while you were going through it, he was very understanding. He seemed to understand. And then after you guys, he won the case
Got
for
married.
you, obviously. And then
we got
he
married.
married you. That is beautiful.
Right.
But it
Yeah.
didn't work out because the connection was based off of trauma.
I was just gonna say, it
Well,
sounds
yeah,
like trauma
and
bonding.
then, and not only that, we had some mutual friends, which his law partner, that's the one I should have married, but that's a story for another day.
My husband is kind of snickering at this. He's like, what's she saying? That's the way you should have married the partner, not that guy.
Right.
The plot thickens. I love it.
Oh my God.
love
The
it.
story.
I heard that. So what you're saying is you were chosen, but you shouldn't have chose back.
Exactly.
And
because of the circle. It was
with
because of the circle that was of people and friends that I was in, which some of them are kind of famous, which I can't mention. I wouldn't mention their names, online here, but yeah, I got caught up.
It happens to the best of us, Venice. I said,
I thought I had. I said, I ain't got rid of the cop. I got the lawyer. Shit.
You like upgrade.
Let me upgrade you.
I climbed right up on in shit.
That
exactly.
is, oh my goodness.
Third time's the charm, right?
Yeah.
I gotta give it to you for not giving up.
You know what? I believe in love too, Robin. Like, and I believe in marriage. I've been married twice. The first one was kind of shotgunny because my mom's religion. My mom is a devout Jehovah's Witness, and it was a forced situation. I was pregnant, young. Okay, and so like the elders in the congregation put pressure on my mom to make me get married. So that's
you have to get this fellowship.
Exactly. So I call it a shotgun. I didn't even know who I was, let alone be a wife, a mother, and this and that, or whatever. So eventually, it just got too much for me because I was so young. Like I'm just like, I don't have to deal with this. I'd rather just raise my kid on my own, than having to deal with all of this or whatever. And then the second one was is my childhood sweetheart. We went back to 10 years old, but he turned out to be a whole monster. So but I worked my way out of that, and I started dating after that, and it was just like weird. People are weird. I could tell you some stories. Oh gosh. Oh. Let's put it like this. I was just like turned off by dating, period. I was like, I'm gonna just be on my own, this and that. And I started focusing on my businesses and me and, working on me so I could learn from those previous situations so I can make a better pick. And then now that brings me to my now partner who made me feel like love was possible again. He's just really humble and genuine and really has my best interest at heart. But he did choose me, but he treats me so good. And one of the things that I was really attracted to him about is how good of a father he was to his children. He didn't have a whole bunch of children. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
He was responsible with his seed. So, and then plus we also aligned on like community work and things like that. We're both into that. And then the circumstances that we were introduced, like I reconnected with one of my cousins, and he's the one that introduced us, and he like gave me the nod, like it's okay, like go ahead, or whatever. So we've been doing good so far, you know what I mean? Of course, you have your normal moments, nothing's perfect or whatever. But I like how we work together as a team.
That's important.
I like how we work together, and we just have a good time amongst ourselves, And I've learned to like guard our privacy, guard the relationship and things like that. And I feel like we're flourishing and growing, and we're working towards like blending our families.
Mm-hmm. Good
So,
for you.
Yeah, well, most importantly, we're both at the same place in life. You know, he's not looking to have any more children. I'm not. You know, we're just trying to live our lives. So it's possible, but I had to kiss a few frogs, Bernice, before I got to my king.
Yeah. I fell in the pond.
They fell in the pond. I know, Curves, you're married.
Yep.
So what's the key to your success in your marriage?
Okay, so first off, let me see. So first I prayed and I made, I told God what I wanted, right? I said, because I thought I was getting what I wanted, but it wasn't what I wanted, what I needed. So I got cute, but then I got what cute gets, right? But so then I knew I needed to ask for cute and committed. So then I got committed, but he was crazy. So then I was like, okay, God. So I had to constantly evolve my prayer, right? So then I came up with this prayer that I want somebody who loves God, who loves me, no matter where I am in my body, whether it's a fat body or a skinny body, that would accept me, flaws and all, that would want me to be my best self and wanted to be their best self and didn't want to rub off my butterfly dust. That was it was like a weird prayer, right?
I love it.
So then I met this dude and he kind of checked a lot of boxes that freaked me out. So then I ran the other way. But that ended up being the dude. That ended up being him. And now what keeps us together is we laugh every night before we go to sleep. Like I'll tell a joke or he'll tell a joke. We never go to bed like mad. Even if we're mad, we'll talk it out for however long it takes and then say something stupid so we fall asleep laughing. I feel like that's key. We talk about any and everything, and we know not to take it personal. So no matter what the tone is, or even if he's saying, you this, you that, I know that he's not talking to me. You're not talking to me. You know what I mean? You're just talking about the proverbial you. So there's been many days, but this was all a process, you guys. Like we met in 96 and it's 2023. Okay. Nice. We got married in 2007. So we had like this whole thing of us, right? But all of it has come down to respect, laughing, commitment, dedication, and allowing the space for us to be wrong and right. That's how we get it done.
And it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you're not gonna agree. It's not the end of the world, right? Yeah, so you figure out a compromise to satisfy both of you, and that's what's important. Right. And also, I feel like communication is everything. Like I need to be able to talk to my partner about everything.
Everything. Yeah, I don't need him to roll his eyes when I say let's talk, and so he doesn't because he knows that's what I need. But there was like when we in 96, and I said I wanted to talk. Sometimes he didn't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? So it's all an evolution. But we also knew to stick it in. Stick it out.
that part first.
Like we were committed to us to the point of, okay, well, this is for like when we said for life, we were serious. Like, okay, so you're mad at me how much? Well, let's talk about it, because it's for life. So we also have that in the back of everything, that no matter how mad I get, no matter how upset he gets, no matter what disappointment, frustration, or whatever, our bottom line is that we're sticking this out because our foundation is healthy enough for us to want to stick it out. Like there's no abuse, there's not toxicity. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that there wasn't toxicity at one time, because we started when we was young. We were still clubbing and drinking, and like the only thing literally in our prenup was no brown liquor. Like I was like,
I
You know,
love
because
it.
that was like the worst fights was on brown liquor. So we learned that about ourselves. And to this day, we don't drink anything brown. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm having fun, but this is really as simple as it is for us.
And that's it. I remember I just make sure we always have fun. That's it. We
Yeah.
always have fun. And he's such the opposite of me because I'm like, you know what I mean? And then he's all calm, cool, and collective. Like, listen. I'll be up here and he brings me all the way down
Yes.
with his smooth tone.
Yes. I love that my dude is that for me too, because I'm all over the place and he is my anchor.
I'm just saying, I'm constantly going. That's just me. Like, I'm constantly multitasking something or whatever. I'm trying to make it happen for myself. But he does respect, like, the businesswoman in me and the business side of me. And putting up with all of this, me vlogging, having to pull out a phone, like, hey, you guys. You know what I mean? Like, he's such a good sport when it comes to it. But he's down with all the sauce. He's down with it all. Okay, you guys?
That's beautiful.
I'm trying to get him to come up on panel with me. He's been up with us a couple of times, but I'm trying to get him to come up.
Yeah, mine is camera shy too. I totally would love to do like how Tabitha and her do a Friday night date thing. I've been wanting to do that with him forever. Like I started us a podcast. He didn't want to talk in front of the people. I was like, but baby, I was like, they need to hear how we do it, Daddy. And he's like, because I call him Daddy. But I only call him Daddy because it's not like a full-on sexual thing. And at this Christmas, it got weird because my dad came over. And so, yeah. So I was like, okay, for this weekend, I'll call my husband, and I'll call you Dad. Okay, Dad? And my dad was like, I know who you're talking about. You know, it was so weird. But that's because we have kids. And, you know, kids will mimic you. So when I was calling, the couple of times I did call him Michael when the kids first got here, he was Michael, you know? And I was like, oh, no wonder parents call each other by their titles so that the kids can learn the title, you know?
True.
Yeah.
Right. Because for a long time, I used to call my mom by her name. And my dad one day came home, he said, listen, her name is not Laura. Her name is
exactly.
Mommy. We didn't, you know, she never corrected us until he did.
You let the head correct.
Yeah.
Everyone's still there. But, you know, kids, like you said, mimic. They're going to follow the lead of what's going on in the house, the trend. And so I know a couple of my friends did that in their household where they were a blended family. Everyone called everyone dad and mom.
Right.
So it's no confusion. And Rev Run on Run's house, they did that too. With the children.
And I liked how they did that.
Yeah, I didn't even know that the older ones weren't hers. The way they
look like her.
Yeah, the way they operated as a family. Who would have knew? I thought they were all one. But they did bring the mom, their biological mother,
mom. Yeah.
Eventually.
Oh, I had it backward. I thought that those were her daughters.
Oh no. Not Justine Simmons. No, the two younger boys.
She had the boys.
Right.
Yeah. Diggy and I forget the other one's name. Diggy and Lil Rusty.
Yes.
Those are Justine and Rev Run's two biological.
And then they adopted a little girl.
And then they adopted a little girl.
Yeah.
Together. She went through so much because remember she was pregnant and lost the baby.
Yeah.
That was so sad.
Miley. We named that baby Miley.
Right?
Yeah.
But the three older ones are from his first marriage.
Okay.
I missed that show, Rob. I used to enjoy their show.
It was a fun one. That was a good one. It was one of the nice, wholesome little reality show.
And just watching kids be kids, like goofing around and stuff like that. So I just like the sense of humor behind it. And I just used to like to watch it with my girls. And we would just sit there and laugh because Diggy and Lil Rusty was hilarious when they were younger.
Yes. Yes.
You know what? Speaking of which, I really enjoyed watching Holly Robinson Pete's
reality show.
Yes. And because her kids were so interesting. The one who taught himself to speak Japanese. That's the same one who plays baseball, right? And then that was the first season when she was on OWN. The show was better on OWN because it was more about their family. But then when they had the second season, the whole focus was on autism.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I remember that. But they were an interesting dynamic, though.
Very.
And then her sister hosts the 90 Day Fiance reunions.
Whose sister?
Holly P. Robertson. That's her sister. That's the host on 90 Day Fiance, the tell-alls.
Oh, Sean Robinson?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know she had siblings.
They're sisters.
I never knew. Vernice, I never knew she had a sibling.
Hold on.
That's what? Oh, wow.
You sure it's not her daughter?
No, definitely not her daughter.
I'm looking it up now, guys.
I'm doing a Google, and it's coming up that she has a brother.
Yeah, she has a brother, and her brother also has what did her father pass from? MS?
Yeah.
Her brother
Yeah,
has
no,
it.
that says celebrity sibling right here. Terry Lynn Ellis is that her name? Terry Lynn Ellis?
No.
Yeah, she must have got remarried. Wait, Holly. Robinson.
She doesn't have a sister.
Doesn't?
That girl does look just like her, though. I've seen her in a movie.
I could have sworn I could. Siblings.
Is her sibling is Matt Robinson.
Right. I was wrong.
Yeah, but I always thought that Terry Lynn lady was her sister also.
I don't know. I always thought she was an only child.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Her and this lady look exactly alike.
But look, who's this actress, anchor, Sean Robinson. That's who, Sean Robinson, with Holly P. Robinson. Hold on.
Holly Robinson Pete.
Is it Terry? I used to.
I'm like, who is it? Terry is keeping.
I'm keep here. This person. Let me show her.
Oh, maybe they're best friends.
Yeah, her and Terry are best friends.
No, you know who you're talking about Tracy Ellis from the singer from In Vogue, right? Is that
no Terry Ellis? Oh, she is that is a singer. Terry Ellis.
That's who she is best friends with. That they look like they could be twins.
Okay, okay. Maybe that's where I was mistaken because they all look alike. I'm sorry. And then I heard Robinson. I'm like, okay, maybe they're. But Robinson is such a common last name. Oh yeah.
Terry is 58. No way. Cindy is 60 now. No way.
In Vogue, they look good. They look good. That's one group I just wish will come back together, please. This one time.
Oh, I wish they would. I want them to do one more thing, please. That would be excellent.
I love In Vogue and the original In Vogue, the vocals.
Yeah. You know who? I heard the New Kids on the Block were going on, or New Edition. Somebody's going on tour, and they should bring original In Vogue with them.
Seriously,
they're supposed to be here in Fort Lauderdale. New Edition. I think it's at the Hard Rock. I'm not sure.
I'm loving a reboot of all these groups. Like it's like taking me back.
It's the best. It's the best. And I don't want them to change anything. Leave everything the way it is. You know,
the original sound. Like
right.
That's when music was good. Like before all the evilness.
The best concert I ever went to in my whole life was when Sly Stone got married. We all had to wear silver at Madison Square Garden. That was the best time of my life.
I love it.
Wow.
My favorite concert was probably Prince.
Oh,
that's my favorite and my first concert, you guys. And I have a story because I got invited like last minute or whatever, but I worked for an Italian interior decorator. And the receptionist at the last minute, she's like, "Girl, do you want to go to a Prince concert tonight or whatever?" And I was like, that's like my favorite, right? She's like, "Yeah, I have an extra ticket. It's gonna go to waste. You can have it. Let's go."
What?
Or whatever.
Oh my gosh.
So I moved all people in position, like, okay, I'm going or whatever. We get there, and her husband's window on the driver's side would not go up. Something like went wrong with the motor, right? As soon as we parked. And so he ended up having to stay in the car. Like, we stood there as long as we could with him to try to like work it out. He's like, "Guys, just go." We're walking into the stadium, and the sun is setting, and the sky turned purple. It was euphoric. I say, I'm meant to be here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You know what, Nadi? The last concert I went to was Prince.
Really? Where at? In New York or in New Jersey? Because he had
Madison Square Garden.
Nice. I love Prince. He's my fave.
Yes. Yeah. Love Prince.
Yeah, one of the best performers. I mean, I just like the energy he brings to the stage.
I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to make it because Larry Graham opened up for him.
Oh,
but it wasn't the one in a million. He didn't even sing that. He sang some stuff I never heard. And I was like, oh Lord, just bring up Prince.
How old are you?
And then by the time Dougie Fresh got in there, huh?
Dougie Fresh.
I can't do it anymore.
I can't understand what either what he said. Curve said something and Vernice.
I said, how old are you if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, hey, I'm right behind you. I'm 58. 58.
Oh, I'm 65.
My birthday's coming up, y'all.
I'm 65.
Oh,
so didn't see Larry Graham at his finest when he was with Graham Central Station.
That's what I thought I was gonna see, but nope. The 27th
of this month.
Yep.
Oh, my cousin is the 28th, the one I was talking about that was in recovery.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna try to get her to come on live with me because she's coming to
so
visit.
that makes you Capricorns? Aquarius. So I'm Pisces. I was born on the Ides of March.
Oh, the Ides. The Ides.
The 15th.
I'm a Capricorn.
Oh, that explains everything.
Are you a Capricorn too?
No, I'm a Gemini.
Oh yeah, that's why we love each other. I totally love. The more people, the better.
Yes.
Those Geminis, there's two solids, and then you have two shadows. So there's four of you.
Yeah, no, I got a bunch of people with me at all times. Okay.
Yes, and I love them all. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, my best.
Usually when I say Gemini, people are like, oh, Gemini.
No, I love Gemini. Wait. My best is a Gemini. My other best is Aquarius. My sister's an Aquarius. Husband's a Scorpio. What sign are you, Vernice?
I'm a Pisces. I was born on the Ides of March.
Yeah, right. So you love love and you love beautiful things.
Yes, I do.
You're slippery, but you're a little slippery. If
we're a friend, we are your friend.
Yeah.
We die hard friends.
Yes.
Until something occurs, we don't forget. That's the the bad thing about us. We don't we're not too forgiving.
Neither am I.
Yeah, my sister, she can hold a grudge like nobody's business. She's like, remember when we were 5?
Listen, I have often said that my biggest character defect was what I used to believe was my inability to forgive until one day I realized that forgiveness is a choice and I choose not to forgive people. Yeah.
Some things are just unforgivable, right?
Absolutely.
But sometimes you have to let go. You really do. For your health, you have to let go.
Oh, I've let go. I have.
Did you?
I really have.
I was wondering why it took so long for somebody to finally say it out loud.
What?
But it just came on my IG that
somebody who's a pundit or who knows things about laws feels that 45 is disqualified from running because of January 6th.
No, not unless he is convicted. And in jail. Well, he can still run if he's in jail, but I mean, he's still convicted. That's why impeachment was so important, because the impeachment, he's been impeached, so we know that this evidence has been presented. But the second half part that didn't happen was had they voted the impeachment, then they could have barred him from office.
Oh darn!
Yeah, it was like they did it halfway just to appease us.
Oh yeah,
just wasting our time with this nonsense.
It's
he
all
just gets away with murder 45. Excuse me,
Yeah.
M-word. I'm just saying, it's just privilege rubbed all in our face on the regular.
Yeah. Oh my God, they're playing with us, Naughty. They're playing with us.
It's frightening to me that there has been no movement, and that the movement has not happened. I think because it's political. I think that there's a fear that if they move on prosecuting him, then there'll be retaliation in reverse, and they'll just, because they've already said that they're going to take over. When the Republicans take over the House, they're going to investigate everybody. They're going to investigate Joe Biden's son. They're going to, I mean, anything they can think of, and they're not legislating. And I think that's the problem. And I think that the Democrats don't play hardball ever, and they really should have pushed and pressed this. The Attorney General, he also is afraid that he's going to politicize this whole thing, so he's being a schmuck. I think he needs to be a hero. And it's not happening. So
it's
something is happening in Trump's camp. His daughter's separating from her husband. Everybody's trying to separate from each other.
So do you really think that she and Jared are breaking up?
Well, she's down here in they supposedly live here in Miami. She went to Paris for Christmas with her daughter.
Okay, but you know what? They're Jewish though. She converted, and so the kids are Jewish, so they don't celebrate Christmas.
Hanukkah.
Hanukkah's just gifts every night. It's not. There are really religious rituals.
Okay.
But I did read that they had gone to some party, and they barely spoke to each other. They were like on opposite ends of the room. I read that about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So there's been speculation.
There's Splitsville going on.
But
weren't they ordered? Wasn't he ordered to turn over all his tax records?
Who?
Jared?
No, the father.
45.
45.
45.
Yeah,
Oh, no. They were able to get them, and they actually were just released to the public. Highly redacted, but they've just been released. The 6 years of tax returns, and that's where we learned that he paid no income tax except for 1 year. That we learned,
and that was $750.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was back to me.
We learned that he has bank accounts in China, Russia, the UK.
Everywhere. Looking good, lady trucker.
Who?
Curves.
Oh, what? She must be talking to somebody in the house, right?
She said, "Looking good, lady."
Oh, lady.
Or somebody online.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was telling my daughter-in-law that she dressed up for New Year's Eve, and I saw her picture on Instagram, and I was leaving a message, and I pressed the microphone, but it was the wrong microphone. Sorry.
That's why I don't have anything but YouTube, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
You could get caught up so easily. So go on. So you're saying it's like rumored that they're splitting up?
Yeah. That was on.
They showed some receipts of this, of her, movements and how she's moving around without him.
I just feel like last year it produced a lot of breakups. No.
Yeah.
yeah, it was a lot more than the normal.
Things are being revealed to us that we haven't seen before. That's been hidden is coming out.
A lot of stuff is out there, and it's been there for us to see, but some of us just refuse to look. Right. And so let me stay on this political thing. For example, this man, this George Santos, who was elected.
Oh God,
But listen, here's the thing. This is the second time he's run for office for Congress, and all that information about him have been published. I learned in the Long Island Newsday, which is the local newspaper out on the island, and it went unnoticed or unpicked up. I don't get it. So that's disheartening.
This is what money does for you. It hides some things until somebody lowly gets it and put it out there.
But here's the thing: it was out there 4 years ago in the newspaper.
In Long Island, who pays attention to Long Island?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because I didn't pay any attention to it. I would have, in my old life, yes, but in this life,
even though I'm not in New York anymore, I get the New York Post, the New York Times, the Daily News. Nobody pays attention to anything other than the major city, and Brooklyn being the biggest in the nation, in the world.
True. Yeah. But the things that he has said and written have been so outrageous. That's the scariest thing. I mean, he said, like, one of the things that he said, that he went to Horace Mann.
Yeah.
And that he had to drop out 3 months before graduation because of the financial crisis. And anybody knows, when you go to the private school, they take their money up front.
That's right.
We also know he says that he had to leave because of the financial crisis which was in 2008. According to the newspaper, he's 34 years old right now, which would have meant, I did the math. I was like, he was born in 1990. He would have been born in 1998, which meant that he would have been at Horace Mann. Wait a minute, was it 98 or 96? I can't remember. But whatever it was, the timing was off. He would have been so out of school at that point. So that was another lie. He claims that his mother died on 9/11, but
she was Jewish.
Yes. And the saddest thing is that he can't be recalled. There's nothing in our Constitution that allows that to happen. So they're putting pressure. Two things: they're putting pressure on him, some folks, for him to resign and never take office, and that's going to happen tomorrow. But he's being investigated by the state attorney general and the DA out in is that Nassau County?
What did that ethnic?
New York?
I'm trying to think. But he's going to get in office anyway, so
he's going to definitely get in, and he's going to. I think that he'll get put out if his FEC filings are going to get him.
Right.
Because they've already shown that, the way that you do the financial disclosures and with your expenses and stuff, he has put in, I forgot how many, I think they said it was in the hundreds, 200 or 300 different expenditures for $199.99. Which is, and it's because the threshold, you can expense anything without presenting a receipt. It's under $200. Then I saw somebody on TV saying that he's definitely a potential national security risk, because I believe he was able to donate $700,000 to his campaign.
What?
But where did he get the money from? Because he had, the last reported income he had was a salary of $55,000. And so the concern is whether or not he may have ties to Russia, among other things.
Concerns? He does have ties to he's
So in my opinion, what needs to happen, in part because we know he's going to be seated, is my hope is that the speaker does not allow him on committees, because if he's on committees, he can have access to information, and so that's one way to cut him off at the knees. And if he doesn't, bar him from committee membership, then we're definitely the country is doomed. I thought that the world would have exploded when Donald Trump was in office. I was like, I'm really afraid because I believe that we were either going to get into a world war. I thought he might like set off a nuclear bomb. Those are
He
things I
did
really
start something. He started something with Putin because he made some promises with Putin, and Putin, like, listen, he didn't do what I asked him to do, and this is what I'm gonna do. I'm true to my word. Think about it.
The entanglement that he's responsible for is the tragedy that's the war in Ukraine right now.
That's right. He made some
Right.
promises to, and he didn't follow through.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't win to follow through. Is what I meant to say.
Right.
So, whoa, wait. Are you alleging that part of the conflict in Ukraine is because 45 didn't do something with Putin?
Exactly. They were bedmates.
And right, they had an agreement. So Trump was trying to negotiate, if you will. That's the nicest word I can use. Remember, he wanted to fabricate a story about Joe Biden and Ukraine. Or wait a minute, okay, wait, that's not how it goes. Come on, think about it. There was, oh my God, he wanted to say that they were opening an investigation in Ukraine because of something having to do with Joe Biden.
With Hunter's son's laptop or something? That thing?
That came later.
Oh, that came later. Oh.
Oh my
but
God.
Didn't he used to work there or something?
At one time.
Yeah, he has ties to Russia as well. Business dealing.
So we're all because of these 4 people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's a mess. It is a mess.
Oh, that's a whole mess, girl. That is a whole mess.
And everybody's skirting around it, you know?
Yeah. What is Knotty pulling up? Look, she had to share the whole thing with us. What is it?
I was like, I don't know. She can make us dizzy. Let me educate you on what's happening. Yeah. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. The new Congress is going to be very interesting.
What has the world come to, right? Look what's able to come in and represent us, right? And
these photos.
Oh no, this is just some art I wanted to share with you guys. This photography
I love
is
it.
Awesome. Hold on.
I think it's Linza. I actually think it's that AI app. I don't know. Is this actually art somebody painted or is this generated?
So Black Excellence Addicted posted this at arms to, if you enjoy content like this, give us a follow. They don't give much information, but I just thought it was, I'm an artist, so.
Mm-hmm. I had posted this too. I like the blue one, the one in the blue. All of them are great. But they remind me of that Linza app that was trending the week before Christmas, where everybody was their AIs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I was drawn to the head wraps of it all.
Oh yeah,
I love the head wrap.
I love blue and turquoise are my colors.
Yes. So I just thought this was like gorgeous.
There's nothing like seeing pictures of my people.
Right? Melanin. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Look at this.
Oh,
I like her. I wish
what we can do with a rag.
Simple things. Like we're our people are innovative. Okay, that's what we do.
Oh my God.
We make lemons out of lemonade.
Oh my God, lemonade out of lemon.
It's gorgeous. I just want to share
to die for.
And look at the little peacock at the top, the peacock feather.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that they're just stunning. Yeah, I was thinking this might be that AI thing. Because they're so similar but so different.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
Love I just wanted to share that while you guys were conversating about the politics. I wanted to bring, our roots back, okay? Because this is what we're fighting for now. And this
I
is
would purchase that
important.
for a wall in my house. I would purchase that those
Absolutely.
people, definitely.
That is
I love that.
gorgeous. Oh, wow.
Oh, so Robin, please continue. Like, 'cause our politics, I feel, are a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard to vote. I was raised to, it's crazy because like my mom was like non-political and then my dad was like super political, and he would like take me to the polls with him and as a little girl, so he like taught me the importance of my vote from an early age, and I'm glad he did.
I worked in voters registration along with Shirley Chisholm, Alvano as a teenager.
Who's Shirley
And-
Chisholm?
Wait,
Really?
wait.
Really?
Hold on. Come on, come on, Miss
And
Bernice, because I got one for you.
one of my best friends, her mother went to girls' high with Shirley Chisholm.
Amazing.
Amazing.
We have Black excellence in the house, y'all.
I have Black excellence on my platform. I promote Black excellence, you guys.
Yes.
And I
I
tell everyone.
I know Miss Bernice. Bernice, let me tell you this. So when I was younger, I went to this luncheon. 100, I think it was like 100 Black women, and I spoke at the luncheon, and Shirley Chisholm was the keynote.
Oh my gosh.
She was a force to be reckoned with. You hear me?
Yes. Yes.
We had Youth in Action. We had so many programs back in the day because of people like her.
Yes.
That made sure the
And
inner
you said
city
you worked
kids.
with Alvan?
Yes.
Did
We used to do the voters registration with them. We couldn't vote, but they had us out there canvassing.
So were you still here when he was like in the assembly?
Yes, I was back and forth.
So here's the next question. Did you know Tish James back then, or who she was?
Tish James. The name Tish.
Okay.
Tish.
Uh-huh. She's currently the attorney, this New York State Attorney General.
No, I don't know her.
But I was gonna say, I remember when I learned about her from my friend Charles. I must say Charles Penn. His parents were really active in that community, and he's the one who told me about her like in like 89, 90, something like that. He's like, Tish James, she's Alvan's lawyer.
I've heard of her.
You've definitely heard of her, even if it's recent, because she's the Attorney General.
Because she
Trump.
probably was part of the what they used to call it back then. I can't remember, but we've always had some kind of movement going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I always say to everybody, because I remember as a little girl, well, it's not too long ago we got the right to vote.
Right.
Say it again, Miss Bernice. How many times do I say that, Curves and Natty?
All the time.
When I became 18 years old, I got my voters registration. I have my original voters registration card from New York City.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And Shirley Chisholm said, always cherish that.
Mm-hmm.
Because so many lives, there's a lot of blood on this card.
Yes.
And for someone to say, oh, I'm not going to vote until they time for president. Are you stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of people just don't understand, you guys. Like they're stupid. And but it's honest stupid. Like we look around, we see what's happening.
You got to start from the bottom to make a change.
We do. But a lot of people don't even feel like their voice matters and that it's not going to make a difference and are disheartened by the entire process. And
you got to get out
that's
there.
valid. That's a valid feeling. And you still have to participate, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people that are entitled to not participate if they don't feel like it. But that's when you get what you get and you can't complain. You can't complain if you don't
tell
vote.
you.
Oh, listen, go ahead.
My mom.
Yes.
I went to public school 93 for elementary school, and we had a principal. His name was Mr. Nislow. It was in the newspaper. My mom and all her friends, we lived on Herkimer Street at the time, and the Black Panthers got him put out. They made the front page news. There was action. When you get out there, no matter how small, if you make a loud noise, something's going to happen.
Wow.
Exactly.
And that's we have to tell those stories more.
Exactly. And guys, that's why I started this platform because there's a divide between our youth and our elder community, clearly, right? And communication has changed. And we have to teach our youth to stop competing with one another, to come together, to fight for the injustices. Like, as long as we're divided, we're not going to make any progress. We have to keep it going. And it takes things by us speaking up about injustices, highlighting them, and addressing how we should approach the situation. It takes for you to vote so you can have a voice. Number one. And it's not just the presidential. You have to get involved with your local politics.
And another thing, it's not the oldest that's it's not always the oldest that's the wisest.
True. We can learn from each other, and that's one of the things. Like, that's how I started my platform. Like, my daughter is the one that taught me about editing. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this if it wasn't for her contributing that to me. You can still learn from the youth. And I always say, like, my daughters and my little cousins, they all keep me young and up to date to what's going on and stuff like that. Right. I have a lot of younger cousins. And I feel like there's a generation of people that's like, especially from my age group, they're quick to shut our youth down. They do have valid things to say. They do. And I just feel like it's a generation of youth that's screaming, ooh. Sorry, guys. My phone.
That's all right. It's not like when I was growing up, a child was to be seen and not heard. So a lot of things that we thought and knew about, we couldn't say. But this generation is going forward, saying and giving ideas and not holding back.
And they figured it out faster, right?
That's right.
It took people years. Just in the music industry alone, how hip hop has evolved through the years. Look at where they started, where they couldn't even get acknowledgement. There were people banning it. And see, hip hop used to be political. It used to be a platform to speak about political injustices. Flavor Flav's camp. What's the message? Exactly.
But now it's a lot of nonsense to me now. It was a message back then, during the day when it first came out. Now it's a lot of nonsense.
Exactly. You get a bunch of people mumbling.
And even the stuff that wasn't message centered was at least fun.
Right.
Right. And just here's my trivia. I you know how I always say I live in the Bronx by the D and the 4. I put that in my comments. Sometimes I make the joke, especially when we're talking hip hop, and it's because I keep hearing D Nice. That's where I come up from.
I love D-Nice.
My name is D Nice. I live in the Bronx by the D and the 4. Back I'm so old school. Yes, I'm just realizing how old I am when you ask me, Vernice, that I live in the neighborhood where we have the disco fever. In the old days, in the old days, they had the thing. We used to have what they call jams. And that what would happen is the DJs would set up on the street and they would plug, their equipment into the light post and they would play music. So that movie, oh my God, the movie, okay, I'm seeing it. It was one of the drug movies.
Oh God.
I can't remember all of a sudden anyway, there's this. Well, when I say this, the guy he's on a bicycle and he goes down these steps.
New Jack City, Chris Rock.
New Jack City, right? So with that particular scene at the bottom of those steps is where they used to have the jams.
Oh, okay.
Trivia, useless but trivia. And speaking of which, so this year. We're celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop in the Bronx. It's gonna be like major events. Let me write this down. I'm gonna call my borough president tomorrow.
I'll come vlog there because I'm always back and forth to New York and everything. My cousins.
It's a hop, skip, and jump for Knotty, but it's a long flight for me.
Yeah.
But I just love to go back to those old hip hop movies during my time. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Crush Groovin' and all that.
Oh yes.
Body moving.
And you couldn't put out a damn
Moving,
refrigerator box because they would
moving,
tear it up to go
moving.
break dancing on it.
Break dancing.
Yep.
And see, my brother used to do break. Guys, let me tell you, my brother was such a sneakerhead. He had to have the suede baby blue shell tone Adidas, and we walked from town to town one summer, one day. He had me walking all day looking for these sneakers.
How much were they then during that time, Nani?
Woo! They weren't that expensive. I think they was probably
Converse was like $10 when I was growing up.
Well, I think
my dad used to have a heart attack.
$14.99.
They're about $30 then, and he went from town to town until he found those baby blue and white sneakers. I think that's why I'm a sneakerhead to this day. Like,
wow. Got it in early.
I used to wear Pro-Keds. I used to wear Pro-Keds and Converse.
Pro-Keds, was it 12 or $14.99?
That was $10 too.
You remember pumpkin seeds?
Of course.
Not pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds. They told us not to bring them to class. I ate them in class.
Always.
Oh no, they had shoes. Like, remember those sneakers? They called them pumpkin seeds. They were all white. Really? Yeah, they were like the Vans. Like they were like the Vans before the Vans came out.
Nah.
But a lot of girls would wear them.
Wait, how about this, Vernice? Remember when pomegranate used to be called Chinese apples?
That's
yes.
Eat that in the street. I remember my grandmother used to hate for us to eat food in the street, but I used to have them that juice all on my clothes. Oh my God. Example, it was like 25 cents back then.
Exactly. And now look at it. Like, you got to work all month just to buy a pair of sneakers.
Yeah. Listen, ain't nothing.
But you know what? I don't know if it's still the same, but Brooklyn used to be scared to go to the Bronx. Bronx used to be scared to go to Brooklyn. Queens used to be scared to come to. It was you can go to different boroughs. You just didn't do it.
And actually, like the Bronx, Brooklyn, they all like outcasted Queens.
Oh yeah, but you know, Queens had some of the biggest projects, and a lot of talent came out of Queens projects.
Absolutely, you got Nas, you got
Run DMC, you got LL Cool J.
Yep.
Well, LL Cool J didn't live in the Bronx, and he lived in like I want to say Springfield Garden somewhere. He didn't live in the projects.
Well, he always has said that.
Salt and Pepper them didn't live in the projects.
No, they didn't either. Their parents was like, they was in college when they met. That's how they all met. Like,
they were working class people. They didn't live in the projects.
Yeah, Salt and Pepper, Kid and Play. They all went to the same community college together. See, community college.
That's right.
They figured out a way to get their degrees, and look at them all now. You know, they have long-lasting careers.
All of them used to work at Sears.
Yeah,
they used to work at Sears, the phone center.
That was a movie, right? I saw that in a movie.
On Lifetime.
They used to all work at, everybody worked at that Sears phone center.
Martin, everybody.
Yeah,
so, I mean, look how the times have come. But I just miss the pureness of the hip-hop era in that beginning of time.
Well, you know who I grew up with?
Who?
BT Express.
Who?
BT Express, the group BT Express. I grew up with them.
Oh.
They grew up on Hancock Street. And Kashif not too long ago died a couple of years ago. His name was Michael Jones. It wasn't Kashif. He changed his name to Kashif when he went out on his own. Also, I used to hang out with a group called Chic, which is only like 2 of them left.
Chic, as in Now Rogers Chic?
Yes.
Mike, here we go. You ready?
And the Moments. They used to come they used to come over to Charles Gallery, the Moments.
There is a place, my girlfriend who is older than I, from Brooklyn, she said there was this one place in Brooklyn she used to go to concerts, and it was like everybody rolled through there. And right now I can't tell you who they were. She would say that you would go, they would have like more than one show in a day, and she would go with her like cousins and sisters.
We used to have at the Brooklyn Museum. At the Brooklyn Museum, Eastern Parkway used to have a lot of concerts. We used to have them at down in the village at the We used to have them at Washington. There was so many spots in Brooklyn.
Yeah, because what she told me is that this was an indoor. This place was an indoor space, and she said that like when the one concert was over, they would go to the bathroom and hide, and then come out when they let the crowd in for the next show.
Well, I know they had Restoration in Brooklyn,
It
right
wasn't
there on
that
Fulton Street.
Mm-hmm.
Because Black Ink is right there now by Restoration. Oh God!
You know, I didn't even recognize that neighborhood. Okay.
And speaking of neighborhoods, that's the area I grew up in.
Okay, around Restoration.
By Restoration, I lived on Herkimer and Nostrand, and further up is where Black Ink is down like the Restoration area.
Mm-hmm.
That's
They're
the
giving
area.
y'all history, Naughty Crew. You getting good firsthand history right here.
That area
Right?
was the Kennedys built us a skating rink. For what I don't know, because we used to skate on the street on the ice. We never used the skating rink, but Restoration was developed by the Kennedys. Fulton Street you started like Nostrand, you go all the way down to Macon, and they used the front of the old buildings as the back, and you go back, you had the Billie Holiday Theater there.
Mm-hmm.
And what else we have there? Oh God.
Okay, can I say this? You know you real Brooklyn when you say Macon. I cannot stand watching the news, and if they say Macon, if they say troop, if they say throop, it drives me. I'm like, y'all got to report
Macon
right.
258. That was rough back then. Boys High is back there. The old Boys High and Girls High. Yeah.
Oh wow, this is exciting for me.
I love
and by
it.
the way, I'm very Bronx, but I am one of the few people I know who is like really good in and with and about Brooklyn. When I was my parents actually met at Fort Hamilton.
What?
My dad was in the Army, and one of my mom's friends from this is my bougie part, which is my mom, not me. My mother went to boarding school, and one of her friends, Aunt Celie, lived in Brooklyn, so we would go to her house. So the only things I did Brooklyn growing up was going to Aunt Celie's house and going to the dispensary when I got sick at Fort Hamilton.
Right.
But when I was older, I actually when I worked for the teachers union, and I actually ran the Labor for Dinkins campaign in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I spent a lot of time there. We'll go out to what's the name now? Oh, there's this one name. I'm trying to remember the street, Smith Street, and all this. We would go out at
That's
late at night. Yep,
that's downtown Brooklyn.
Drinks. Mm-hmm.
I'm always back and my cousin lives in Brooklyn, so I go back and forth all the time between Brooklyn and Philadelphia. I have a ton of family in Philadelphia too. I have about like 300 cousins just in Philly alone.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I said, you know what? I don't know which way I said. I don't remember if I said Queens looked like Philadelphia or Philadelphia looked like Queens to me. I was about like 8 years old, and I had this. I guess I went to one of my grandparents' friends' house, and it just reminded me so much of Queens. And I didn't go to Queens often, and so I always drew this weird connection. I have no idea why. The mind of a child.
Yes. Oh God! So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jennifer Lewis. Thank you, Curse, for joining.
Do you know who you're talking to? Of course we are.
Yes, we do.
Well, she's been dropping some jewels, and I figured I would end the show like this because she always keeps it real. Our melanin sister, okay? And I really actually admire her because she's open about talking about her mental health challenges and everything. She even called out to Kanye when he was going through his rant. That's a conversation for another day, but Kanye is apparently missing. Kanye, I hope you are okay, all right? Because he's been running his mouth a lot. So I hope he's okay. But let's get into Jennifer Lewis and her jewels.
Don't let life fucked you up. It's yours. It's yours to drive. Get up in the morning, write down what you're going to do in a day. Be happy on.
Sorry, it's music in the background, but I'll let it continue to play because the words.
Your way to your job, even if you don't.
She's saying you got to be happy. You got to find a way to find your happiness. That's the niche of it. Okay.
Right.
Happiness is your own. And we have choices. And we do not have to fall short to the evils of the world that's going on right now. And it takes platforms like this for us to come together and share information so that we can grow. I'm a big information sharer. People always try to make things so secret. Even when I was getting into the YouTubing world, you know, everything's a secret. You have to figure it all out. But it's enough for everyone. It's enough information to share amongst everyone. And one of the things, when I decided to get into this, one of the things I said to myself, you're your only competition.
Exactly.
Yep.
You're your only competition.
An example of that is look at the stores in the city. You'll have 5 and 6 different restaurants too, and everybody's making money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at all the bodegas just in the city alone.
Right.
Okay, and they're all able to make money. That's the prime example.
That's right.
There's enough money to go around and spread amongst anybody. But most of all, I wanted to create a open space, an open platform so that we could talk about the hard issues that especially affect our community. And I think we touched on a lot of those today, ladies. I just want to say I humbly thank you all for sharing information that you know about education and just as small as saving money on food, okay? Because we're all out here struggling together. We're all experiencing this together. And you know, ladies, I've been presented like an opportunity. There's YouTube beef going on. I refuse to even indulge in
be a part of it.
That because like that's not what I'm starting my platform for. Everybody has their own style of delivering information and content. It's enough room for everybody. You know, I go on the platforms that I agree. I could kind of agree with, but it's okay if I disagree. But I feel safe enough to express my opinion where I don't feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of backlash. You know what I mean? And then you have other content creators. They're trying to make this a sport. They have to be the first to break a story and things like that. I'm not in it for that. I'm here to spread information
and have a good time.
And have
I don't know about the YouTube beef, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not.
I pick which army I want to join, and I'm in this army. I love it.
Thank you. Because I just don't have, life is hard enough. I have enough, trust me, I come from a huge family. I just have enough conflict within my own family. I'm not inviting that energy in. Like, you know, I hope everybody much success and prosperity if you have you. You know, everybody's not going to be my cup of tea, and I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. All right?
True that.
Exactly.
But that's why we got choices. That's why we have choices. And I'm just really against the beef. We can all disagree and respect each other. Period. So I want to thank you for today. Go ahead.
So I want to thank you for today, especially Vernice. It's been such a pleasure.
I know.
The reminiscence has been so wonderful for me. I've really enjoyed it.
I love this. I love this. From the minute I met Knotty, saw Knotty, it was something about her. Her aura, her energy just drew me in.
Yep.
Thank you. And I just, you know,
it's just real. She's just real. That's what I can say. That's all I can say.
You know, and ladies, I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I'm not perfect. I've been through experiences, but this is where I'm at in life. You know, I had to go through all of that to get to this place, and I'm clear. I'm clear on what my purpose is. I'm clear on what I want to do with my life as an empty nester, because my youngest is 17. I only have 1 more year to baby her, you know.
All right.
And so this is my retirement plan right here. I've been with my same company for 16 years. I work in pharmaceutical and stuff like that. So that's why I love like community work and things. I did a lot of that work through my job, and I'm the perfect example, but I managed to build a career for myself, and I don't have a degree.
You don't need one.
You don't.
So, and I've been with my same company
that have degrees and never worked anything in that field.
Mm-hmm.
And then it became full circle moment when I realized what the YouTubers were doing to create their content. I'm like, I do this every day. I do this. I work out of programs. I have 2 computer screens. I'm sharing screens all the time and things like that. So I just took the skill set that I developed through the years and just applied it to my own.
Mm-hmm. People have no idea. They're not so clear that they have as many transferable skills as they do. No one ever really. You've been what?
I've been trained for this all these years.
Mm-hmm.
I've been training for this. And
but this is growing, Knotty. It's growing.
Yes.
I'm watching it grow.
I appreciate y'all. It's because of people like you being committed and supporting me. That's why it's able to grow. That's why I was willing to put in the work, in the grind, because it is my own. It's my own.
Yeah. Well, I had no idea I was going to be here on this chat for the day.
I love it.
I know. We're about to end it, ladies. I appreciate y'all joining me. I hope we could do it again.
Maybe we're going to do it again.
Yes. But anytime I have off of work, I try to dedicate like most of my day to my YouTube family.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys have my
so much. Attention. You just don't know what this meant to me, and to know that the world is so small. Right?
Yes, it's a small world, but I have to get to it because it's time for me to do my chores, ladies. Okay.
You know what? Let me tell you. The last thing is this. I'm laughing because, I was like, sometimes you talk to be talking. And so you very clear. I don't just talk to be talking. When I said the world is small, when I said how many degrees of separation,
we just proved it right here on the channel, Robin.
That's it. Well, it was lovely. It was lovely. I'll see you soon, Vernice. It was again my pleasure to reminisce with you. And Knotty, you're one of my faves, so it's all good in the hood.
I love it. And Bernice, I got you first thing in the morning. I was riding around this morning to all the post offices because they said on the website they were open.
And a lot of them are not open.
Huh?
A lot of them are not open here. I don't know why.
But the websites say they are open.
Yeah, these websites are not trustworthy anymore.
They're not. They're not. So shame on you, U.S. Postal Service.
All right.
I got packages to send out.
Yeah, I can't wait.
It's coming. I'm going to be up first thing in the morning at the post office, sending everything.
Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a lady of leisure now.
And I aspire to be the same way. Whenever anyone asks me, what do you want out of life? And I said to live a life of leisure.
And God will bring that to you. He will. I didn't think it would be possible, but I'm here to tell you.
Well, encouraging words. And I think it's a great way to close out the show. Happy New Year's to you ladies.
Happy
Thank
New
you for
Year.
being a part of my vision and helping me grow.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good one. See you soon.
All right.
Alrighty.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, Knotty Crew. This was a great panel. I had a great time. We had some melanin queens on the panel today dropping those jewels. I hope you all can appreciate and enjoy it. I hope to keep this going further. But I hope you all, or excuse me, not hope, but please remember to hit that like, subscribe, and that bell button so that you could be notified when I update content to my channel. And to all my haters,
and I want to say thank you in case I don't thank you enough.
I thank y'all too. I gotta share love with y'all too, so y'all can get that hate out your blood. All right, Naughty Crew. We're gonna go live tomorrow. I'm just trying to decide whether I should go in the morning or in the afternoon on a lunchtime rundown. I will notify you guys. All right. So until next time, Naughty Crew, I'm out. One.